Well, good morning. It is 10 o'clock on July the 2nd. And so at this time, I call to order the Board of County Commissioners meeting for July 2nd of 2026, 2 days in advance of the celebration of our 250th anniversary of the founding of our country. So with that, I would ask you to all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag by Commissioner Charlotte Hales.
Please join me in the pledge. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Well, as Commissioner Hales has indicated, it's nice to see some young faces in the crowd. So welcome. Thank you for attending. We do not have an age limit, by the way, on public comment. So they are limited to 3 minutes, just like everybody else. Okay. So just so we understand that going forward. Okay. So we always do public comment at the beginning. And we allow you 3 minutes to give us your thoughts and ideas on anything that's not necessarily on the agenda, but within the jurisdiction of the Board of County Commissioners. So I'll just read the comments real quickly. We use timing lights to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. So Commissioner, our Vice Chair, Commissioner Tolbert operates the timing lights. And so when you approach the podium, we ask you to sign your name or print your name so we can get it legibly into the minutes. And then when you state your name, then we'll start your time for 3 minutes. At the end of 2.5 minutes, you will hear a beep and a yellow light will come on. And then at the end of 3 minutes, you'll hear an obnoxious beep. And the light will turn red, and we ask you to please conclude your comments and sit down. In addition to public comment, we'll also take public comment on administrative agenda items that are identified for possible action, and then again at the end of the meeting for closing public comment. We do not take public comment on the for presentation only items. So at times, even though we may not take action on a particular item, we still list it on the agenda as for possible action, which gives the public an opportunity to speak at that time. We also make an exception that if you need to leave before that item particularly comes before the board, then on the administrative agenda, we suggest that you you can use this opening public comment as an opportunity to do that, with the understanding that you will have exhausted your 3 minutes when that item comes back before the board. Okay. We also do not take public comment on the liquor board items, of which today we have 2. And on our liquor board, our county sheriff joins us on that board, so we have a 6-member board in that regard. We do have 2 commissioners that are joining us remotely today. We have Commissioner Danny Tarkanian. I believe he's on a family vacation, but he is joining us today. Thank you very much. And I believe Commissioner Rice was also going to try to join us remotely today, but I haven't seen him up there yet. So anyways, and we ask you to limit your public comment to items that are within the jurisdiction of the control of the Board of County Commissioners. And we ask you to address that comment to us so that we can take action, perhaps take action or ask questions later on. So at this time, we'll open public comment. And it looks like you dressed for the occasion. Thank you.
Good morning, Ellie Waller. I just want to say thank you for consent item 9B for possible action. Megan Kelly has requested through the Nevada Tahoe Conservation District to apply funding from mitigation funds from the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. I'm hoping in the future that somebody on county staff can recommend an actual bus shelter plus a bench at the event center that was a mitigation that the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency did not require the event center to do. I think these funds are applicable, and I'm hoping that that can happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Waller.
Rachel Christensen, Rohnstrath resident, as you guys all well know. I'm here today because despite repeated attempts to bring serious concerns to your attention, I've been met with silence. Time and time again, I've watched this board avoid engaging with my neighbors and myself with the evidence that has been presented. Ignoring these concerns does not make them disappear. Not one of you would even respond to my emails. Today, I'm putting this board on notice. My neighbors and I have significant concerns about the work previously performed on Smelter Creek that blocked the creek and, by the stormwater manager's own admission, caused the failure of its natural flow. We are equally concerned about the partial restoration that this board approved, which in our view has left nearby homes facing an imminent risk of flooding and damage and quite possibly loss of life. If you have not been fully informed, now is the time to start asking the hard questions of your county manager, of your community development manager, of your stormwater manager. Ask what they knew, what analysis were performed, what risks were identified, why this course of action was recommended, and whether the approved work adequately addressed the known hazards. Your responsibility is oversight. That responsibility cannot simply be delegated to staff. It requires you to ask questions, review the evidence, and ensure that decisions made by this county protect the public rather than place residents in harm's way. Continuing to ignore these warnings will not make the risks disappear. Failing to investigate credible evidence or to address known hazards can have serious consequences. We believe evidence warrants immediate action, and we expect this board to fulfill its duty to investigate and respond appropriately. This is your opportunity to address these concerns before additional harm occurs. I urge you to act now, ask the difficult questions, and ensure that county takes whatever steps are necessary to protect the people whose lives and property may be at risk. Or are you going to wait until there is a loss of life? When the time comes, you won't be able to say you were not aware. I've made certain of this.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Justin Sinner. I am a Douglas County resident, local attorney, and a parent here in Douglas County. I am joined today by several working families and the young faces that you see today in the audience. Recently, county staff tried to quietly eliminate Roots and Wings, a 32-year-old award-winning preschool at Lake Tahoe. Less than 90 days before the school year opens, staff sent a letter designed to induce panic and force parents out, hoping a manufactured lack of interest would justify closing it for this year. The reality is, many of us have been on this wait list for this premier program for over 2 years, adding the name of our children to the wait list while they were still infants. When pressed about this potential closing, county staff claimed that there was a budget crisis. However, this board fully funded the operational funding for this upcoming school year months ago. When that didn't work, staff then claimed a staffing shortage. Yet a check of the recruitment board revealed another smoking gun, that they hadn't even posted the job yet. County staff threatened to cancel a fully funded early education program at the lake over a vacancy they hadn't spent a single second in trying to fill. After catching them in 2 separate fallacies, they finally folded and sent out a memo to the parents that the school would be open, but only for the upcoming school year. Then, staff told parents that it was our responsibility to begin fundraising and writing grant proposals to keep the school open. It is not the job of working parents to crowdfund a public service. It takes a lot of nerve to push that burden onto us today, while today's agenda proves that the county has the money. The ultimate hypocrisy, however, lies in how this county applies its spending standards. While county staff demands that a public preschool at the lake turn a profit, this commission happily spends $400,000 on temporary rodeo seats and fairground improvements. Rodeo bleachers get blank checks without a single question about their revenue model, while a 32-year-old award-winning Tahoe Child Care Institution is subjected to administrative starvation. Then look at item F on today's agenda. Your staff tells Lake parents that the county cannot fund our school, only to have those exact same employees come to you today, hat in hand, asking for $182,000 in pre-K funding for a Valley school. We clearly have the resources. Commissioners, by protecting one program while choking out the other, your staff is creating an us versus them divide within our own county, sending a message to Lake families that we are less important than those here at the Valley. And we ask you to reject this overreach and preserve the Roots and Wings program. You'll hear from parents here today behind me. And I would like you to just look at my child in the eyes and tell her that temporary rodeo seats and weeding is more important than her foundational years of education.
Very good.
I don't think you can.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Rochelle Atherton. I've lived, worked, and paid taxes in State Line, Nevada for 15 years, and I'm here today as a very concerned parent in our community. Like many of the families in this room, we love the Roots and Wings program. In fact, our family has been on the wait list for over 2 years, eagerly waiting for our daughter to turn 3 so she could experience this incredible school. Receiving a notice of uncertainty less than 90 days before the school year opens was incredibly difficult for all of us, especially when we have personally already submitted acceptance paperwork and a deposit for this coming year, resulting in a withdrawal of another 2-year waitlist I was on for a California preschool as a backup plan if she could not get into Roots and Wings. I must point out that Roots and Wings provides a completely unique curriculum, schedule, and educational opportunity for toddlers that simply cannot be compared to the preschool at Zephyr Cove Elementary. Most importantly, this is the only public program on the Nevada side of the lake that accepts 3-year-olds. We are told that the population here doesn't justify the support, but my day-to-day life tells a completely different story. I feel as though the Valley perspective is and has been completely out of touch with the reality presently transpiring at the lake. Since COVID, there has been a mass migration of families looking to raise their children in safe, rural, outdoor-centric communities. Lake Tahoe experienced a mass spike of young families moving into our community in large numbers. Barton Memorial Hospital is reporting record numbers of births and recently experienced a birthing ward at overcapacity, resulting in families utilizing ER rooms for recovery. They are also anticipating another record spike in births and overcapacity numbers this coming November. This is information coming directly from the director of OBGYN at Barton Memorial Hospital. Additionally, I personally teach prenatal yoga at the lake, and I am seeing more expectant mothers in our community right now than I've ever seen in the 15 years of living here, and that includes myself, as I'm currently expecting as well. Our toddler population is growing, and as parents, we are looking at each other wondering, what are we supposed to do? We truly want to partner with the county to keep the community thriving, but it isn't realistic or sustainable to expect busy working parents to have to take on the responsibility of fundraising and writing grant proposals just to keep the doors open on a foundational public asset. We need your help to permanently save the Roots and Wings so our families can continue to grow here. And finally, we just want to clarify, if the county was trying to take these tax-generated funds away from Roots and Wings, where are they going to be spent instead? I hope you will genuinely reconsider making education a top priority for this growing community, not rodeo bleachers and other valley recreational luxuries. Thank you so much for your time and your service.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jane Griffith. I've been a resident of Douglas County at State Line for 11
We need you to
years.
speak closer into the microphone. We can't hear
Yes.
you.
Is that
Thank you.
okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm also a Roots and Wings parent. I have been for 3 years. My older child went there for 2 years, and my younger child has gone there for 1 year. So you've heard a lot of the arguments from my fellow parents already, but I would just like to reiterate that I don't think it's true that our community is aging. The enrollment at Zephyr Cove Elementary School has been rising, as you may be familiar with the attempt to close it last fall and the pushback against that with our growing numbers. I would also like to reinforce that the program being offered at Zephyr Cove Elementary School is different than Roots and Wings, and one of the main differences is that it may not happen every year. It's not a guaranteed program. They have to qualify at least one student in order to run the whole program, and that qualification is through financial need or a disability that requires a learning disability, physical disability that requires an IEP. So it's not something that we can count on every year. And as I think Rochelle said there, it does not serve 3-year-olds. It also only serves 20 students, and if we do have a population that needs those services, I would prefer that those families are able to attend the pre-K for free. I would also like to state that Kale Community Center, their motto is, we're not just a community center, we're the center of the community. And if you remove young families and only serve older people, you're not serving the whole community. Every day that we go in there, we have positive interactions with people of different ages. People, I think, enjoy seeing the young students around there. They have an after-school program, so we have people of all ages joining together in that community center. And I don't think that it's right to just eliminate services for people my age, our children, and make the community only one of older people. I will end my time here, but I just wanted to say it's been a wonderful program for my children, and we think that we deserve to have our tax dollars support education here, up at the lake as well as down here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Desiree Ewing, and I am a resident and parent here in Douglas County. I am here to talk about the importance of predictability and trust in our community. Early child education is a foundational piece of a stable neighborhood. When a long-standing, successful program like Roots and Wings faces sudden uncertainty, it naturally creates a sense of instability. A consistent and dependable education system allows families to plan for the future with their children. When that consistency is disrupted, it makes family planning difficult and can unintentionally erode the trust in the local support systems we count on. We are simply asking that this commission to help restore that predictability by providing clear, long-term support for Roots and Wings. And you can reassure local families that our community remains a reliable, supportive place to raise our children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Feel underdressed. I should have worn a flag. My name is Richard Allen Norman. On May 28th, County Clerk Amy Burgess intentionally suppressed my 41-page evidentiary package from this board's printed agenda to hide a federal unlawful enclosure occurring on Horseshoe Bend Road. But this board is no stranger to operating in the dark. Your suppression of my evidence is the exact same open meeting law subversion currently under active investigation by the Nevada Attorney General regarding the secret Muller Parkway backdoor meetings. It is part of an institutional disease in this county, mirroring the ongoing open meeting law investigation surrounding the Douglas County School Board. You spend money like drunken sailors. While you hide from the public, you recklessly hemorrhage taxpayer dollars. You blew $2.9 million purchasing the Carson Valley Cinemas to build a community arts center. You will eagerly funnel millions into a movie theater. When it comes to your statutory duty, your district attorney actively abdicates his responsibility just to shield his former $1.3 million regional flood litigation partner from code compliance. You tried to stall my investigation by hiding 3,396 internal emails. You failed. I forced the metadata out of your servers. Per NRS 239, you have until 7/8/26 to produce unredacted records. I'm holding up the exact service timestamps, internal routing data, specific email subjects providing coordinated cover-up between the district attorney's office, community development, and a California lawyer who illegally gated a public Nevada road. You were circulating my evidence internally to the sheriff's department while simultaneously hiding it from the public. I am physically serving this board, the clerk, county manager, DA, with highly explicit public records ban based on your own server logs, along with formal notice of intent to file a complaint with the Nevada Attorney General for willful violation of NRS 239. Your backroom meetings, your reckless financial motives, and your metadata cover-ups are fully exposed. Debate the news immediately, please. Amber Burgess.
Hi, my name is Jesse Ward Carrot. I'm also here as a 11-year Douglas County resident and father of 2 children to talk about the Roots and Wings program. I want to reinforce what everyone has said about how wonderful a program Roots and Wings is. I don't need to waste time repeating it. I think other people have said it more eloquently than I can. What I do want to say is that it's not fair to balance our budget on the back of our children. It's a very small sum of money that we're talking about. And so what I would like to request is that we've been through this all year with the school district trying to close our schools up at the lake. I've been to the school district meetings. And what we would like is reassurance from this commission that ongoing funding will be available in perpetually for this program, and we would like a public statement to that effect. There was a lot of angst and unnecessary emotion that occurred throughout the school year in the efforts to close the schools up at the lake. And in the end, it really was never an actual possibility. And so if this is not an actual possibility that Roots and Wings is going to close, I urge you to please make a statement to that effect so that we can get on with our lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jim Slade. At one of the stormwater meetings in May, Chairman Gardner stated that Commissioner Rice was very sorry to miss the meeting, since he really hoped to see the stormwater utility in place before he steps down at the end of the year. Is Rice really expressing concern about alluvial flooding in residential areas of East Valley now? That would be the height of hypocrisy. If he actually cared about floods there, he would never have voted to approve the legally dubious master plan amendment to transfer receiving area from Topaz to the flood-prone areas of Park Ranch and the approval of up to 2,500 homes there. That was the board's worst decision this century and was opposed by residents by about a 50-to-1 margin. And now Rice is concerned about flooding, and he wants to impose a fee on everyone in the county to correct that? Give me a break. Regarding the master plan for Mr. Perry, approved earlier this year, that was perhaps the board's second worst decision this century, and the reasons given by 3 commissioners for approval were unacceptable and not based in fact. Policy L14 gives priority to infill, but this would be sprawl. Policy G6 prohibits new receiving area outside of the urban area service areas, but this does just that. And Policy L22 requires that it enhance the community's desired character. Yet somehow Commissioners Rice, Tolbert, and Tarkanian believe that they knew Gardnerville's desired character better than the town board, which is absurd and insulting. Tarkanian even went so far as to belittle the Planning Commission and the elected town board as being merely advisory and claimed that he knew better. He also kept trying to condition the master plan amendment in various ways that were neither on the agenda nor allowed on such amendments. Clearly, he should have known better. When Tarkanian was challenged on his decision-making, he violated the first rule of holes. When you're in a hole, stop digging. First, he claimed that if anyone disagreed with his decisions, the only appropriate place to raise those concerns was at the ballot box. Perhaps he's not familiar with Nevada's open meeting law and manual, which states, quote, "The public's freedom of speech during public meetings vigorously is protected by both the U.S. Constitution and the Nevada Constitution, and every person may freely speak his or her sentiments on all subjects." Tarkanian even chose to criticize me personally, claiming that I had presented a public argument about not wanting a bed and breakfast in my neighborhood, which is patently false. I defy him to find any evidence of that. He is entitled to his own opinions, but not his own facts. It's surprising that a candidate for Attorney General would appear to have so little understanding of the open meeting law regarding his own attempts to condition a master plan amendment and regarding the public's right to address any topic of concern to them. But I guess we know how that candidacy worked out. And I support Roots and Wings.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment here in chambers? Okay, and I do understand that Commissioner Rice is trying to get online. I don't know what there might be a problem there. So I don't know if it's on his end or ours. So, okay. So if you do make contact, I think he's probably having trouble getting an internet connection. So anyways. And Danny, Commissioner Tarkanian, you're still with us?
Whoops. Yes, I am. I'm enjoying the public comments tremendously.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Just wanted to check in. Okay. So with that, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. And at this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as proposed.
So moved.
So second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Tolbert to approve the proposed agenda as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, motion passes 4-0 and 1 absent for right now. Okay, hopefully Commissioner Rice will be able to join us. We'll go into item 5, approval of the previous minutes for possible action, discussion to approve the draft minutes of a regular meeting of May 21st, 2026, and the special meeting of May 28th, 2026 by the Board of County Commissioners. Entertain a motion to do so.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the meeting agenda as presented. I mean, the minutes as agenda.
Whatever.
Minutes.
Yes, I know what you're talking about.
I didn't
Okay.
warm up before we started the meeting, sorry.
Okay. Okay, motion by Commissioner Tolbert, seconded by Commissioner Hales to approve the draft minutes of both the regular meeting of May 21st and the special meeting of May 28th, 2026, as presented. Since no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, motion passes 4-0 and 1. We'll now recess as the Board of County Commissioners and convene as the Douglas County Liquor Board. We have 2 items on the agenda today. These are being presented by Captain Coons. our new administrative captain. I need to read them into the agenda. Thank you. Thank you for waiting. Okay. Yes. Okay. Item 7.1 for possible action, discussion to approve the on-site retail beer and wine liquor license and entertainment endorsement for Southside Born LLC, DBA Chicago Mike's Pizza, represented by managing member Teresa Schall. Is it Schall or Shall? Schall. Okay, I did get it right. Teresa Schall has signed a waiver of notice of hearing. Chicago Mike's Pizza is located at 1544 U.S. Highway 395 North, Suite 1, Gardnerville, Nevada, 89460. And I won't need to ask then if Ms. Schall is in the audience, because obviously she is. So thank you. Commissioner, or Captain Coons.
Good morning, Captain Kuntz with the Sheriff's Office for the record. This applicant has completed all required paperwork and passed their background check. The Sheriff's Office is not opposed to this application.
Commissioners, any questions of Captain Coons? Okay, sensing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I recommend we approve the on-site retail beer and wine liquor license and entertainment endorsement for Southside Born LLC, DBA Chicago Mike's Pizza.
A motion by Commissioner Tolbert, seconded by Sheriff Coverly, to approve the on-site retail beer and wine liquor license and entertainment endorsement for Southside Born LLC, DBA Chicago Mike's Pizza as presented. Sensing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay. Motion passes 5-0 and 1. I don't have my calculator in front of me, so. Okay, thank you. And now we'll go into item 7.2 for possible action, discussion to approve the packaged retail and on-site retail unrestricted liquor license and non-restricted gaming license for Nevada Trading Company, LLC, DBA Nevada Trading Company, represented by managing partners Mr. and Mrs. Singh. How's that? Okay. Mr. and Mrs. Singh have signed a waiver of notice of hearing. Nevada Trading Company is located at 3900 Carter Way, Wellington, Nevada, 89444. That's actually in the Topaz Ranch Estates community. So, Captain Coons.
Captain Kuntz with the Sheriff's Office for the record. This applicant has also completed all required paperwork and passed their background check. Sheriff's Office is not opposed to this application.
Very good. Okay. I entertain a motion. If there's no questions. No questions? Entertain a motion.
Sheriff Coverly, I move to the approval of the package retail and on-site retail unrestricted liquor license and non-restricted gaming license for Nevada Trading Company, LLC, doing business as Nevada Trading Company, represented by managing members Mr. and Mrs. Singh. Mr. and Mrs. Singh have signed a waiver notice of hearing. Nevada Trading Company is located 3900 Carter Way.
Okay. Motion by Sheriff Coverly, seconded by Commissioner Hales to approve the packaged retail and on-site retail unrestricted liquor license and non-restricted gaming license for Nevada Trading Company, LLC, as presented. Sensing no, any other discussion? Sensing no other discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay. Any against? Okay. So the motion passes 5-0 and 1 absent. So with that finishes the liquor board items.
Yes,
thank you,
thank you,
Captain
Commissioners.
Kuntz, for joining us today for that. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so now we'll adjourn as the Douglas County Liquor Board and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners. And I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar items A through M as presented.
I'll move approval of consent agenda items A through M.
I'll second.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Tolbert to approve the consent calendar items A through A through M as presented. Is there any desire to pull any of those off? No? Okay. Then we'll go into a vote. All those in favor of the consent calendar items A through M signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, motion passes. Commissioner Rice, I don't think he's joined us yet, so 4, 0, and 1. Okay, thank you. So now we'll go into the administrative agenda. So I'm not sure exactly how, I would imagine, just looking at the agenda, we'll probably need to take a lunch break, but I'm not sure exactly when we'll do that. But, so we'll go into the items now. So at this time, we'll go into item number 11, for possible action, discussion on the adoption of Resolution 2026-R-042, directing that an advisory question be placed on the November 3rd, 2026 general election ballot regarding the separation of the office of Douglas County Clerk and ex officio Treasurer into two distinct elected county offices, the Douglas County Clerk and the Douglas County Treasurer, and request the County Clerk to solicit persons to serve on the committees to prepare arguments advocating for and opposing the advisory question. This is being presented by our current clerk treasurer, Ms. Bergens. Ms. Bergens.
Thank you.
Now what?
It appears that we have Commissioner Rice online now. Okay, so just in time. Thank you. Good, welcome, and good to hear your voice. Did you, are you still with us? Okay. Ms. Bergens.
Okay. Good morning, Chairman Gardner and Commissioners. Before you today is Resolution 2026-R-042, which would place an advisory question before the voters at the November 3rd, 2026 general election, asking whether the current office of Douglas County Clerk ex officio Treasurer should be separated into two independently elected offices, the Office of County Clerk and the Office of County Treasurer. This agenda item is not asking the board to separate the offices today. Rather, this is a governance question, one that asks whether the organizational structure established for Douglas County continues to best serve our community today and into the future. Under Nevada law, specifically NRS 249.010, the elected Douglas County Clerk serves by default as the county treasurer. No separate election is held for the treasurer's office. However, the legislature also recognized that this arrangement may not always be the most appropriate structure, and through NRS 244.1507 provides counties with populations under 52,000 a process to separate those offices following voter approval. Douglas County qualifies under that statute with a population of 49,488 based on the 2020 census. The reason this question is before you today is that Douglas County is approaching the statutory population threshold of 52,000 established in NRS 244.1507. Once we exceed that threshold, this option will no longer be available to the county. This is likely the last opportunity for the citizens of Douglas County to determine whether they wish to continue with the combined office or transition to separate elected offices. Commissioners, I think it is helpful to put this discussion into statewide context. Nevada has 17 counties. Today, only 8 counties continue to have the county clerk serve as the ex officio county treasurer. Those counties are Churchill, Douglas, Esmeralda, Eureka, Lyon, Mineral, Pershing, and Story. The remaining 9 counties elect a separate county treasurer. With Douglas County's population, this makes us one of the largest counties in Nevada that continues to operate with a combined clerk treasurer office. The counties that continue to have combined offices are Lyon County, which has over 59,000 residents. Douglas County, we're at 49,488. Churchill County has approximately 25,000 residents. Pershing County has approximately 6,600 residents. Mineral County has approximately 4,500 residents. Story County has approximately 4,100 residents. Eureka County, approximately 1,900 residents. And Esmeralda County has approximately 730 residents. Conversely, several Nevada counties have significantly smaller populations than Douglas County and have long maintained separate elected county clerk and county treasurer offices, including Lincoln County, which has approximately 4,500 residents, White Pine County, approximately 8,900 residents, Lander County, approximately 5,700 residents, Humboldt County, approximately 17,000 residents, Elko County, approximately 53,000 residents, Nye County, approximately 52,000 residents, Carson City, which is a city, not a county, therefore does not fall under this statute. They have approximately 58,600 residents. Washoe County, of course, 491,000 residents, and Clark County with 2.2 million. What this illustrates is that population alone has never determined whether a county has a combined or separate offices. Some of Nevada's smallest counties, such as Lincoln, White Pine, and Lander, have independently elected treasurers, while some larger rural counties continue to have combined offices because that has historically been their structure. Regardless of whether a county has combined or separate offices, every county in Nevada conducts elections, collects property taxes, maintains public records, and safeguards taxpayer funds. The question is not whether those services are provided. They always will be. The question is simply which organizational structure best positions Douglas County to continue providing those services as the county grows. The legislature recognized that counties evolve over time, and through NRS 244.1507 provides counties like Douglas with a local option to ask their voters whether the existing structure continues to best serve the public. Today's action simply begins that conversation by allowing the citizens of Douglas County to decide whether they would like to continue with the current combined office or move toward two independently elected constitutional officers. I think it is helpful to provide some historical context. The current statute, NRS 249.010, has been part of the Nevada Revised statutes since their adoption in 1969, although the underlying concept dates back to Nevada's early statehood laws. When the Nevada Revised statutes were codified in 1969, Douglas County's population was fewer than 10,000 residents. Today, according to the 2020 census, the population is 49,488, nearly 5 times larger than when that statute was codified in its current form. During those decades, the responsibilities of both the clerk's office and the treasurer's office have grown significantly. Elections have become increasingly complex, technology and cybersecurity requirements have expanded, and treasury operations have evolved into sophisticated financial management functions. Today, the clerk treasurer is responsible for overseeing every aspect of county elections and voter roll maintenance, serving as clerk to the board, maintaining official county records, issuing marriage licenses, administering passport acceptance services, providing select DMV services, processing fictitious firm name filings, billing and collecting property taxes, safeguarding and investing public funds, managing county banking relationships, overseeing daily cash management, and ensuring compliance with Nevada's election laws and public finance laws. Each of those functions has become increasingly technical, highly regulated, and essential to the operation of county government. These are no longer simply two titles held by one elected official. They have become two independent professions, each requiring specialized knowledge, continuing education, regulatory compliance, and dedicated leadership. I want to be clear. This proposal is not a criticism of the combined clerk-treasurer model. This structure has served Douglas County well for generations. Rather, It recognizes that our county has grown and that both offices have evolved into highly specialized professions. To my knowledge, no other elected office in Douglas County currently serves in 2 separate constitutional offices, each with such broad and specialized statutory responsibilities. Separate elected offices encourages the development of specialized leadership and institutional expertise within each office. This allows each office to focus on its statutory responsibilities while maintaining clear accountability to the public. Over the past 6 years, as I have served in both capacities, I've had the opportunity to see firsthand how significantly these responsibilities of both offices have grown. After considerable research into Nevada law and how other counties are organized, I believe this is an appropriate time to ask the community whether the current structure remains the best model for Douglas County's future. That is why I am bringing this proposal before you today. The purpose of this advisory question is to ask our citizens whether they believe those responsibilities should continue to be managed under one elected office or whether each office should have its own independently elected official. I also want to address what this proposal does not do. It does not create a new department. It does not expand government. It does not increase staffing, and it does not require additional operating expenditures. I'd like to emphasize a couple of those points. As outlined in the staff report and resolution, should this ballot question pass, the proposed transition will be budget neutral through organizational restructuring. Existing personnel and resources would simply be realigned to support 2 elected offices while maintaining current service levels. This proposal is not about creating more government. It is about determining the most effective governance structure for the government we already have. Every service provided today would continue to be provided. The only question before the voters is whether those responsibilities are best carried out under one elected office or 2 independently elected offices. Should voters approve the advisory question, any future implementation would still require action by this board consistent with state law. The advisory vote itself does not legally obligate the board to separate the offices. It simply provides the board with the direction of Douglas County voters. Before I conclude, I would also like to clarify what happens if the voters approve the advisory question. As many of you know, I am currently on the ballot for re-election as Douglas County Clerk Treasurer for a 4-year term beginning in January 2027. Approval of this advisory question would not change that. I will continue to serve as the elected Douglas County Clerk ex officio Treasurer as required under current Nevada law. Should the voters approve the advisory question, the board would still be required to consider and adopt a future ordinance pursuant to NRS 244.1507 to formally separate the offices. Until such an ordinance is adopted and becomes effective, the office of Clerk Treasurer would remain unchanged. Even after adoption of an ordinance, the separation would not immediately result in a separate elected county treasurer. The transition would occur in accordance with the effective date established by the ordinance and applicable Nevada law. Under that process, the first election for the separately elected county treasurer would most likely occur during the next regular election cycle in 2030, unless the office of county treasurer otherwise became vacant under Nevada law. Therefore, today's action does not change who will serve as clerk treasurer beginning in January 2027. Rather, it simply asks the voters whether they support creating 2 independently elected offices in the future. Any implementation would occur only after additional action by the board and in accordance with the process established by Nevada law. If the board adopts this resolution today, my office will begin the process required by NRS 295.121 by advertising for members of 2 ballot question committees, 1 advocating in favor of the question and 1 opposed. Those committees will prepare the official arguments and rebuttals that will appear on the sample ballot so the voters have received balanced information before casting their ballots. Our hope is to have members of the public volunteer to serve on both committees. However, if there is insufficient interest or no qualified applicants for one or both committees, I will return to the board for direction. If authorized by the board, the clerk's office, in consultation with the district attorney's office, will prepare impartial arguments and rebuttals that fairly present the issue and satisfy the requirements of Nevada law. The objective is to ensure that voters receive complete and balanced information in the sample ballot, regardless of committee participation. The proposed timeline included in your packet provides sufficient time to recruit committee members, appoint these committees at your July 16th meeting, prepare the ballot arguments, complete legal review, and meet all statutory deadlines necessary for the November general ballot. The question before the board today is not whether the combined offices have served Douglas County well. It has. The question is whether a governmental structure that has remained largely unchanged while our county has grown nearly fivefold continues to be the structure that best serves Douglas County today, and if it will continue to serve us in the future as we continue to grow. Nevada law allows that question to be asked of the voters only until our population hits 52,000, which I believe we will surpass in the next census. This advisory question ensures that the citizens of Douglas County have the opportunity to decide this issue while the county remains eligible under current Nevada law. This advisory question preserves the voters' ability to make that decision while the county still qualifies. Good government periodically evaluates whether its organizational structure continues to meet the needs of the community it serves. This proposal simply provides our citizens the opportunity to make that evaluation. Ultimately, this agenda item is not about today's office holder, nor is it about changing county government tomorrow. It is about asking the citizens of Douglas County how they want these constitutional offices to be structured for the future. I believe that decision should belong to the voters. Whether someone ultimately supports or opposes separating the offices, I believe every voter deserves the opportunity to make that decision based on complete and accurate information. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Commissioners, questions? I have several, but go ahead. Commissioner Tarkanian, do you have any questions of Ms. Bergens?
I'm sorry, I had you on mute because I don't want noise in the background. No, I don't.
Thank you. Commissioner Rice, are you on with us? And do you have any questions of our clerk treasurer, Ms. Bergens? I think he came on for a minute, but then it looks like he lost us again. Okay, Commissioner Hales, any questions? Okay. Okay.
Okay, so I think I understand the mechanics. I'm not going to say I do, but I feel like I understand of how this could be accomplished. But before throwing this out to the voters, because I kind of think of this as like in my process with designing with people with their houses, is you throw out ideas, just let them know that they're there. So they can make the decision. So I kind of feel like that's what this is headed for. But from your perspective, can you tell us what the primary benefits are of this potential split and why we should go ahead and consider it or just leave it alone? So what are some of these things that they should be will be considered?
So you want to know what the benefits that I believe the benefits of separating the offices would be?
Yeah, so why would we go ahead through this process? What are the benefits that they need to weigh versus the current, the risks of the current situation?
I think that that's really, I believe that that might be best left to the committees that we're going to put together to put the for and against. I can tell you from my perspective as a seated clerk treasurer and having done this job for 6 years and loving every second of it, it's a lot. It's a lot to have two constitutional offices under one person. During election cycles especially, I'm pulled away from making decisions in the treasurer's office and having oversight daily. I have amazing staff. I'm very blessed with the staff that I have in all of my offices. But I believe that the voters should have the opportunity to say, I want a county treasurer that can wholly devote every minute of the time that we're paying them for to oversee that department. I cannot do that when I have 2 departments underneath me.
Okay, I have several questions. Number one, and you've answered one of my questions already, as even if the voters, if this were to go onto the ballot in this November, and the voters indicated that they liked the idea, basically that's what it is, liked the idea of separating the 2 offices, it still would have to come back to this board for an ordinance to create those 2 offices. That's correct, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
It would come forward at a future date.
Okay, I know that the state legislature in this last session entertained the idea of an opt-in opportunity for counties to create an office of registrar of voters. Did you do any research in that regard?
Yes, not only research, but I advocated strongly against it. So this has been a conversation with a lot of the clerks across the state, especially those of us that have combined offices, that elections has become a full-time job. I mean, it's always been a full-time job during election years, but it is absolutely a full-time job with the legislative session on off election years, and it is something that you can't just wait for the legislature to pass good laws. You have to be there ensuring that the legislature understands the laws that they're presenting and the impacts to the voters. There is no such thing as an off-election year anymore for the purpose of the clerks and the registrars across the state. So to assist us, a bill was brought forward, and it was AB 237 in the 25 legislative session that would allow any county, no matter the population, let me back up. NRS 244.164 is the NRS that allows a county whose population is over 100,000 to appoint a registrar that is accountable to the Board of Commissioners. It is not an elected position to run their elections. And currently, Washoe County and Clark County are the only 2 counties that have appointed registrars. Across the rest of the state, the other 15 rural counties, it is the clerk that does it. But a bill was brought forward, AB 237, that got rid of that 100,000 and allowed any county to appoint a registrar to allow the commissioners to take that responsibility away from the elected clerk. The rural counties and our association felt very strongly that should be left to an elected official, that the voters should have the opportunity to elect the person that runs their elections. But they brought that forward feeling that was a way to ease the burden on the clerks across the state. That bill did pass. However, our association, in consultation with Governor Lombardo, asked him to veto that, and he did veto that bill. That bill did not get signed.
Thank you. Even those registrar of voters, I guess, in Clark and Washoe County, they don't have any clerk duties, do they? I mean, it's strictly the election process. So they would have a separate treasurer, a separate clerk, and a separate registrar of voters if that had possibly passed, right?
Currently, Clark and Washoe County both have an elected clerk, an elected treasurer, and an appointed registrar.
Okay, so that does add. So what are the and I have some mechanic questions. I know that so if the voters reject this, if the voters were to reject this advisory question, and suggest that we do not pass that, I mean, could we pass an ordinance that does not go to the voters in that regard?
No, the way NRS is written in 244, NRS 244, it has to pass as an advisory question in order for an ordinance to come before the Board of Commissioners.
Very important question, right?
Yes, and
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Secondly, if we were not to do this, if the voters were not to approve it, and we did not act on that, and we reached 52,000 residents in the next census, what are the risks of, is there another opportunity after that to create those two separate offices?
Currently, as the way that NRS is written, no. We have no opportunity once we surpass that 52,000. It would have to be a legislative change in order for us to.
So that's an important threshold right there.
Correct,
right?
which is
okay.
why I felt it was important for the voters to at least know that this opportunity is out there and to give them the opportunity to decide whether or not they feel that this might be best as Douglas County continues to grow.
Okay, thank you. And then also, so we would be prevented at that time then. Now, I know that during the elections season, you employ the staff of both your offices, clerk and treasurer, to assist in the election process. How would that work in the future if there was two separate offices?
So I have the opportunity to be able to ask any county staff to come and assist with elections. So that will be a decision that's made down the road. Obviously, not knowing if this passes, I don't want to get, the cart before the horse.
Too far forward.
Yeah. So, but we will still be able to sustain elections the way that we have in the past. I do not feel like this will be a hindrance to the way that we run elections, if that's where that question was going.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. And then I know that, so you're saying that you anticipate in the next census that we'll be over 52, so that would prevent us from actually doing that separation. We do have an election cycle in 2028. Would it not, if this were to pass today, if the voters, I know there's a lot of ifs here, okay? If we pass this today, and if the voters pass the resolution in November, okay, then that would, and then we would have to bring it back to this board for an ordinance, okay? And if we pass that ordinance, there would be an opportunity in the 2028 election cycle to separate those offices and elect. Could we have an election process in 2028 that would not necessarily separate the two? In other words, could we elect a treasurer at that point in time?
The only way for that to end up on the ballot is if I resign as treasurer. So because the law states that I am elected as clerk and ex officio treasurer, I would have to resign from the treasurer's position to hold my seat as clerk prior to the 28 election cycle, which I'm not eager to do. I'm just giving you my opinion. Obviously, there can be conversations across the county, that include me as far as what we feel is best for the county. But I am on the ballot to serve as clerk treasurer, and I am not eager to resign from the treasurer's position until I know that my offices are ready. So, and I don't believe that will happen prior to 2028. There's a lot of behind the scenes stuff that needs to go on as far as ensuring that my staff doesn't feel like I've left them high and dry, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it does.
My first and foremost concern is for my staff and making sure that they are ready for this split to happen.
Okay. And I honestly, Ms. Bergens, I appreciate you bringing this to us now and looking forward, okay? That's important to me. And I know that looking back over the history of Douglas County, at least the recent history that I've known, I know that we've generally had a person, with a combined office of clerk and treasurer. We've had an individual in that office that has either had strengths in elections and clerking and didn't necessarily have the strengths in the treasurer's position, or vice versa. We've had it where they've been very interested in the treasurer's position, but not so much in the clerk and elections process. So I do appreciate you bringing this forward, and especially before that 52K number hits, because that's an important threshold in my mind to allow us to do this. So anyways, I appreciate you bringing that forward. Commissioner Hales?
Could you elaborate on your statement that it's cost neutral?
Absolutely. The way that we being not only within my office, but also with county management and talking to our COO and finance, it would be a restructure of existing personnel to be able to not cost the county any additional. It would be the elimination of a high management position to then take that funding source and pay an elected in that role. That position currently is already doing the workload of what an elected treasurer would do without the authority to be able to make the final decisions and sign off on things.
Any other questions, commissioners, before we go to public comment? Okay, let's go to public comment. And just so you're under, we're going to go to public comment. We're going to come back and take action for this. And it would,
Mr. Chairman was right.
Commissioner Rice, good to hear you. I think.
I'm sorry, I've been trying to bust into this for 45 minutes.
Oh.
I just wanted to say that it sounds to me like Amy, Miss Bergen's, that's not right either now. Anyway, sounds like she is in favor of putting this on the ballot. And correct me if I'm wrong, please, but is that your feeling?
Yes, sir. I am in favor of putting this on the ballot, giving the voters the opportunity to have a say.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And as I understand it,
now, how do I?
Apparently that's the only way it can be done. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Commissioner Rice, thank you for asking that question. We'll go to public comment now. And then after that, after we conclude this item, we are going to take a break. Okay.
James McCallum. I'm on the Planning Commission. I'm not speaking on that capacity. I think this is really comes down to it is restructuring. You can restructure in government without adding a lot of positions. Sometimes it helps you eliminate positions. But it certainly gives, I think, more accountability to both departments, though I think Amy's done a great job. I think it gives the voters two opportunities. One, when they vote to decide if this is what we want to do. And secondly, when they're able to elect both positions independently. They might feel really good about one department, not so good on the other. So I think this is a good idea. It's one of those things when you looked at when you're new in the county, which was 13 years ago, and I looked at this and wondered why they were combined. It just didn't seem like two things that naturally went together. So I'm in favor of bringing this to the people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, Maureen Casey for the record, speaking as an individual. What Amy is proposing makes perfect sense. I've heard of a clerk recorder, but a clerk treasurer, as James said, didn't make sense to me. I think that the idea of sending it to the public for a vote will be accepted because we're not, as she says, we're not creating new government. We're not creating a new budget per se. It's not going to cost anything. It's not going to be a tax. It's not going to be burdensome. We are giving the voters an opportunity to have their say.
The BOCC has the final say on creating the 2 positions, and this will be a win-win for everyone. I think Amy did an excellent job in her presentation, and I, for one, as an independent voter and a resident, long-term resident of Douglas County, think that we should be in front of this and not miss the boat like we did for the open space tax. And I have great faith in Assemblyman Osborne to bring that before the legislature so we don't miss the boat on that one. So thank you, Amy, for your hard work. Thank you to the board in anticipation of you sending this forward.
Thank you.
Ellie Waller, I would also like to thank Amy for her comprehensive information. I'm hoping you're turning that in, so word for word, it's on record, so when people have questions, because it's very clear how you're presenting your facts, we can refer people to that actual document. And also, of course, the timeliness of this, and then if committees arise or don't, how this goes to the voters is not a simplistic task. When we start reading pros and cons, because you have to have both sides, it's very difficult for a lot of the general public, in my opinion, to discern what is being asked here. And I think framing the benefits was an appropriate term. I know there's some rules on how you write the documentation, but to have reference to what you said today, I think is very important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim Jackson. I think it's a good idea to split the 2 positions. The problem that I see coming up is the voters will not want to pay for it. Understanding that this is not going to increase any cost to the county, I think needs to be stressed, because that will be the first argument that most people will give you. We don't want to spend any more money. The 2 positions are very different positions, and I think they should be split. But I do think that the public is going to want to know how much it's going to cost. And if they think it's going to cost anything, they won't want to do it. That seems to be the sentiment of most people nowadays. So that needs to be brought forth to make it clearly understood that it is not increasing any cost to the county. It is simply realigning the current people within the county. I think if we can do that, it might be successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Jim Slade. I wasn't necessarily going to comment on this one, but I can't leave my compatriots hanging there without weighing in. I have to admit that I didn't read the agenda packet on this, so I was learning as Amy spoke, but her presentation was very clear and helpful. It does seem like it's principally a procedural act, and as Mr. Jackson was just saying, it's going to be important when it goes before the voters to emphasize that it is cost neutral, because if they see any extra costs in there, we know what the knee-jerk reaction is in this county. I think Amy's been doing a great job in both roles. It seems like there are some good reasons to separate these 2. I've had people express shock that our county had those 2 in the same elected position. So I think it makes sense, and encourage you to approve this.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Seeing no additional public comment, I'm going to bring it back to the board, and I would suggest that your comments, Ms. Bergens, were very well thought out and proactive, and I would suggest that if we pass this today, that you need to get your running shoes on, and because you're going to have to go out and sell this to the public. So I know you know that. So
I appreciate that, and I hope that when I'm presenting this to the public, I'm giving facts like I tried to do today and not trying to sell it, but trying to get the public to understand the reasoning behind why I'm bringing this forward at this point in time. And that though I do believe it will be a benefit to the residents of Douglas County, I also feel like the residents of Douglas County get to make that decision.
I had one further question, I guess, and that is if the voters reject that advisory in November, does that mean that that prevents the board from actually incorporate an ordinance that separates the two?
It does, yes. The only way that the commissioners can hear or have an ordinance brought before them is if the voters, we have a yes vote on that question. So we have to get over 50% on that question in the yes in order for it to come before you as an ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Other questions, commissioners?
Yeah, I do have one question. Is the pay for a clerk and a treasurer or a clerk treasurer set forth in NRS?
Yes, it is. And it was changed in Assembly Bill 116 last legislative session. But yes, it is set by NRS.
So are there all three there, clerk, treasurer, and clerk treasurer?
Correct. No. Clerk and treasurer are listed separately, but the clerk ex officio treasurer is only paid under the clerk.
Under the clerk. Okay, and that includes the 2% thing that the
longevity? You mean?
No, I don't know if it's 3%. There must be a separation between the highest paid.
Correct. Yes.
Employee under the constitutional officer.
Correct.
Okay. So it can't be less than the amount set forth, but it could be more than that if required.
Depending upon the staff underneath the elected position, yes, we have to get paid. The new law in SB 116 says that we have to be paid 3% higher than our next highest employee.
And I don't do you right off happen to know about what the clerk and treasurer's salaries are sort of base in NRS?
No, I apologize. I don't off the top of my head.
Okay.
I don't even want to make a guess of what it is.
I mean, the reason my mind is going there is, are we ready for discussion?
Yeah.
We
don't have a motion on for it.
Right. So I am generally in support of this. I do have some concerns. One is I don't know whether our action will be seen as implying support, when in fact our action is neutral. Our action is handing it over to the voters and saying, what do you think? So I would be careful that we don't imply that just because we have passed a resolution to take it to the voters, that does not mean we are all stating support or as a board formally giving support. And I know that in my term, we have eliminated one elected official position. And the basic reason we did that was because essentially the position didn't attract any competition at the ballot box or for candidates. The same person held it again and again, and that pointed up something that's a concern, which is the cost of running an election is high, and for people who depend on their job, like our position is largely for retired folks or people who don't depend on this as a full-time for a full-time salary. It's not a full-time salary. It's lunch money, basically, by the time we pay everything that we have to pay to do this job. So you have to have another job to do this job because it doesn't pencil out, right? So when you look at the treasurer position and you say, how much realistically does a campaign cost if there's a competitive campaign? And then you compare that to an annual salary and you want to make sure that you're attracting quality people, it becomes a concern that the numbers pencil out. Because if we're sending this to if the voters were to say, yes, let's do this, we would want it to be a competitive process, right? Because that's the whole reason, is so that they'll have a choice at the ballot box. And so I guess we would be multiplying this concern if we had 2 elected positions instead of 1. So this is not a reason not to do it, but it is a concern that I think is valid and that we've grappled with in this county.
So I will say that with SB 116, the Clerks Association, the Recorders Association, CFOA, which is an umbrella association that we all kind of fall under, the elected associations across the state, were a part of the conversations to get that pay bill passed. So I can tell you that the pay for the treasurer position, as with the clerks, the recorders, the assessor, all the other electeds, is a livable wage. It is not what the commissioners make, which is considered part-time. It is considered a full-time livable wage. My best guesstimate is somewhere around $110,000. So it is it is a livable wage at this point. That's debatable to some people. I live off of it.
So considering a competitive campaign realistically is going to be $50K. Could someone live on $60K for a year?
So it's not for the. I will tell you that when I ran in 2022 and had an opponent, it was $17,000. Was what
I can tell you. It's no longer that.
Well.
Okay.
Anyway. Yes,
I think
hear
it's
what
a
you're
legitimate.
saying.
It's a legitimate.
Well,
concern.
I'm going to flip the coin over, okay, and look at it from a different aspect, okay? Is that if this office is not separated, once again, we're going to get an individual who is going to be interested in the clerk's position but not interested in the treasurer's position, or we're going to get just the opposite, an individual who is very skilled in the treasury portion of it and not really interested in the election process. And that's what we've had going back and forth over the years. So that's why I'm going to flip that coin over and say, hopefully we'll get qualified candidates for both positions focused on their individual roles in that regard.
And I will also add in that, as most of you know, I didn't start my career in Douglas County in the clerk treasurer's office. When I came in, I had no knowledge or very little knowledge of what they actually did. And I think one of the benefits to separating this office is succession planning. I know that my treasurer staff is interested in treasurer stuff. It's what they do. And my clerk and election staff is interested in clerk and election staff stuff, but not necessarily both. So succession planning, I think, when we're talking about a combined office where one side is very English heavy and one side is very math heavy, it's very rare to find a person that has a passion and drive for both.
Okay. Any other comments, questions by the commissioners before we entertain a motion? Okay, sensing none, I'll entertain a motion to adopt Resolution 2026R-042 as presented.
I'll make that motion. Mr. Chair, do you want me to read it, or do you want?
No, you don't. That's fine. If you want to just adopt Resolution 2026R-042 as presented.
I will move that we adopt Resolution 2026R-042, directing an advisory question be placed on the November 2026 general election ballot as presented.
I'll second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Tolbert, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to adopt Resolution 2026 R-042 as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Mr. Rice, are you able to get in with us? Okay, I'm going to say the vote is 4-0 and 1 absent, then, without hearing from Commissioner Rice. Thank you, and
I would like
Thank
to
you.
just mention to the public, the ones that are here, the ones that are online, that hopefully by end of day today, but at the latest tomorrow, I will have the application for the for and against along with the packet, informational packet on our website at govotedouglas.com for the members of the public to submit those applications for those committees.
so this is and I want to remind the public, this is a nonpartisan question that'll be on the ballot. So all voters in the county, regardless of party affiliation, will be able to vote on this.
Of course, yes. This is.
So you're going to need to do a road show, and I'm sure you're prepared for that, a road show to all affected parties within our county.
I will tell you that's not a problem. I always do anyway.
Very good. That motion passes. Thank you very much. And at this time, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Okay? Thank you. Okay, folks, we're back in session. We're going to, just so you understand where we are, okay, we're going to do item number 12, and then we're going to do item number 13-1. That's for presentation only, and then we will take a break for lunch, okay? So at this time, item 12, for possible action, discussion to adopt ordinance 2026-1666, an ordinance amending Douglas County Code Title II, Administration and Personnel, Chapter 2.59, Douglas County Parks and Recreation Advisory Board to change the term of appointed members of the Douglas County Parks and Recreation Advisory Board from 2 years to 4 years. Direct the Douglas County Parks and Recreation Advisory Board in February of each year to appoint a member of the advisory board to serve as a liaison to the Douglas County Community Services Foundation, and remove the requirement that the Douglas County Parks and Recreation Advisory Board's regular monthly scheduled meeting be held at the specific time of 6 p.m. This is the second reading. Ms. Brooke Adey, our Community Services Director.
Thank you and good morning. Brooke Adey, Community Services Director. Thank you for providing me an opportunity to come before you today as the second reading for this proposed change. Just to give a little bit of information about the Parks and Rec Advisory Board. The Parks and Rec Advisory Board is tasked to have the capacity to advise the board on all parks and recreation activities and facilities and park planning and things like that. The Parks and Rec Advisory Board is made up of 7 members. So there are 3 members representing the Lake Tahoe area. There are 3 members representing the Valley. There is a commissioner who is appointed to the board. And then we also have a representative from the school board who sits with us on that board. We do have regular monthly meetings at this time. The way that the ordinance is written is we're required to have meetings at 6 p.m. And sometimes we would like a little bit of flexibility without having to call a special meeting. So we are requesting just 3 changes in this ordinance. So one is changing the term for each appointed individual from 2 years to 4 years. This is a discussion that we had with the Parks and Rec Advisory Board. They had come, it was January or February of last year when people were being reappointed, and they heard the conversations where some boards had switched from 2 years to 4 years. And they thought that made a lot of sense for the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, since many of the projects that they work on take multiple years to come to. So for example, we're working on a playground right now at Stoddard Park for individuals with disabilities. This conversation started in 2019 and here we are in 2026 finally getting this project completed. So the board members had expressed some interest in wanting to be able to serve a little bit longer so they could see these projects carried out. So one change is from 2 years to 4-year terms. The second change is removing the specific time set and say at a time to be determined by the advisory board, but we'll still have our meetings held on the first Tuesday of each month. And then the Parks and Rec Advisory Board does select an individual to be a representative on the Douglas County Community Services Foundation Board, but that wasn't written in this language, and so we wanted to add it. And so they provide updates to the foundation for things that are happening at the Parks and Rec Advisory Board. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Turkanian, any questions?
Nope.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I will make the disclosure that I am the appointed county commissioner on the Park and Rec Advisory Board, and that I did vote at this to bring this forward, but that was not approval of that at the time. It was approving to bring it before this commission.
Commissioner Rice, are you available? He's been having struggles with his phone and computer. So the only it does clarify, or I guess the question I would have is, our board appoints a individual of this board to serve as a liaison to the Parks and Rec. That doesn't change their term of office. It's just the appointed by this board to that board. Is that?
Yes, correct. I appreciate you saying that. I was going to give that additional comment. And so this only changes the term for the 6 appointed members, the 3 from the lake and the 3 from the valley. The school board appoints an individual each year. The Board of County Commissioners provide someone each year. And then each year we select somebody to sit on the foundation board. So they are as a representative. So that wouldn't be a 4-year term for them either. That is an annual term.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Yep.
So, okay. Any other questions, commissioners? Okay.
I think I would like to also point out that the specific time of 6 o'clock has posed some problems, because when there's issues that we get a lot of public comment, the meeting runs very late, and when you're having people come from the lake or our meetings at the lake, it just makes it hard to travel back and forth. So even allowing them to meet at 5 or 5 at their discretion is all this is trying to do. So it seemed reasonable when we discussed it.
Okay. Now, so the 6 p.m. Time, it's generally the second Tuesday of the month at 6 p.m. Are you changing the second Tuesday? I mean,
Brooke 80 Community Services Director, no, the second Tuesday of the month will still be the standing meeting date, but the time can be adjusted.
Very good.
This does say the first Tuesday.
I apologize. It is the first Tuesday. I have another board that meets the second Monday, so I always get those confused. Thank you.
Me too. I haven't been on the board for a couple of years, so. Okay, very good. Then this is a possible action item, so we need to go to public comment. Is there any public comment on item number 12? Okay, seeing no public comment, bring it back to the board. Entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Rice.
Oh, finally, it's working. I just wanted to say that from listening to the argument, it just makes sense to go ahead and go with this change. Therefore, I would like to move to accept this as presented.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Rice, second by Commissioner Tolbert to adopt ordinance 2026-1666 as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And those opposed? 5-0 vote in acceptance. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rice.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Good to have you back on board. Item 13.1, this is for presentation only. So we're going to read this item into the agenda. That's required. And then that'll come back before us later on in another month or so. So, and this will not allow, this does not have public comment. We'll allow it when it comes back. Introduction of ordinance 2026-1671, amending Douglas County Code Title 18, Appendix B, the Minden town boundary by annexing approximately 149.69 acres into the town of Minden boundary. The parcels to be annexed are assessor parcel numbers, APNs 1320-28-000-051, 1320-28-000-052, 1320-28-000-053, and 1320-28-000-054. This is the first reading being presented by Kate Marolis O'Neill, a principal planner,
Thank you,
and
Chair.
joined by the town manager.
Yes, I was going to
JD.
introduce him as the esteemed J.D. Frisbee is here with us today. Kate Marolis O'Neill for the record. So you are correct, Chairman Gardner. This is pursuant to NRS 244.100. The proposed ordinance is only required to be read by title to the Board of County Commissioners for introduction. JD did inform me he was unable to be here on July 16th, but we'll have, I believe, Rachel presenting the item, but we do have him here. If for some reason you have any questions you would like to ask him, you're welcome to do so at this time. Otherwise, I will see you back on July 16th.
Okay. Commissioner Tarkanian, any questions of Ms. Marolis O'Neill or J.D. Frisbee?
No.
Thank you. Commissioner Rice? Okay. Commissioner Hales, Tolbert? Okay. We have no questions. These, are just for the public's knowledge, these are the parcels that are neighborhood one of the park development agreement. Is that right?
That is correct. And if I just may add, it's just as when it came to the town board, this is just kind of cleanup because it's catching that area that's in between the current town boundary and the area that the county annexed for your judicial building. Along with this was a condition within the agreement of approval for that development. So it's just kind of buttoning it all down right now.
Very good. Thank you. So no other questions, and we're good, and we'll see you back in another month or so. So thank you. 2 months? Okay. 2 weeks. Okay. Very good. Whatever. Okay. When you come back, you'll come back. Okay. So anyways, at this time then, because item 13.2 is going to take some time and 13.3, we're going to go ahead and take a break for lunch, and we'll return at 1 p.m. Thank you. Clock, so I would check in on Commissioner Tarkanian. Are you back with us?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Commissioner Rice, are you able to join us?
I
There he is. Okay. And Commissioner Hales. So, okay. We will start off with, we'll resume the meeting with item number 13.2 for possible action. Discussion on the 24-month review of the adopted development agreements between Douglas County and the following entities. A, the owners of lots within Aloha Ranch, Rainbow Shadow Ranch Phase 1, and B, Marianne Road, LLC for Rain Shadow Ranch Estates 2 and Phases 2 and 3, and C, Mr. John Serpa, the developer of the project known as Valley Vista Estates. I don't see our Community Development Director here. However, we do have our Deputy Community Development Director, Andrea Pauling. So I think Tom is not going to be joining you, so that's fine. Good, thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Andrea Pauling, Community Development for the record. Mr. Tom Delaire may be here in a little bit, but I'm going to go ahead and lead this item today. This is the 24-month reviews of the development agreements that's required by code and NRS. I always like to start with a definition of what a development agreement is. And so I have it up here for you guys to view. A development agreement is a voluntary contract between a local jurisdiction and a person who owns or controls property within the jurisdiction, detailing the obligation of both parties and specifying the standards and conditions that will govern development of the property.
And she's being joined by our Community Development Director, Mr. Tom Delaire.
And I'm being joined by Mr. Tom Delaire. Okay, a brief overview. I just went over this. Wanted to let you guys know that per NRS and Douglas County Code, we are responsible to review development agreements every 24 months in determining whether the owner is in good standing. All parties were sent a 30-day notice ahead of this discussion today. And I'm going to go over just a brief summary and status of each of the development agreements. We have 3 today that we're going to go over. I also want to throw out there, not only did we send out a 30-day notice to the owners of the development agreements, we also sent out a 30-day notice to all of Rain Shadow Aloha residents in that subdivision, phases 1, 2, and 3, just to give them a heads up. And to be transparent about the process, we do have some new information that has been discovered in the last, I would say, year in looking into these development agreements. All right, so the development agreements under review I want to give you a heads up on the staff report real quick. It's a agenda packet, pages 325 to 333. It dives in a little bit more information, detailed information regarding these 3 development agreements. We're going to be going over phase 1 and phase 2 and 3 of the Aloha Rain Shadow Ranch, and then also giving you an update on Valley Vista Estates. And here's the page numbers for your reference. All right, this is a lot of information. I'm just going to briefly go over it, but I wanted to give you a high-level update regarding Phase 1. This is a 43-lot, single-family residential subdivision, and it was approved in September of 2004. It's located south of Centerville Lane and west of Drayton Boulevard in the Garterville Ranchos community. The owner and the county did enter into this development agreement on December 7th of 2004. It's a little bit older development agreement. And there were 2 amendments to this development agreement throughout the years. Those are all in your packet, attached in your packet. At the last 24-month review in August of 2024, county staff indicated that this was... I love hearing myself in echo. Sound like a guy. Okay. Anyway, at the last review, we did indicate that the owners of this development agreement were in compliance. However, we discovered that this was inaccurate. As we dove into the development agreement and financials, we did an audit, and we looked that there were a couple of payments missed with the building permits. So the provisions of the development agreement require that the owner contribute $199,999.98 for the Drayton Boulevard and associated improvements. And that would be in 18 payments of $11,111.11. All of the 18 lots have been recorded for Phase 1, and 17 of the 18 building permits have been issued to date. The 18th one is just somebody owns the land and has not built on it. That's why the building permit was not pulled. However, only 14 payments were made. So the owner's failure to pay the fees in the amount of $33,333.33 does constitute a default. We went over some of this information with you when we came in to discuss the Pleasant View development agreement related to Drayton Boulevard. So I know none of this is new information, but we wanted to document it and go over it with you today. So if they are in default, we're obligated to notice them of that default, and then they'll have 30 days to cure the default. That is our plan. Today, we're not making any action on this item. We're just updating you on the new information we have and our plan moving forward. There will be other meetings with the owners and internally to decide on the best course of action moving forward.
Have we talked to them about the fact that they failed to make those other 4 payments?
Yes, we've had discussions with them during the discussions we had with Drayton Boulevard and the Pleasant View Development Agreement. We're still in discussions today. So we're coming up with a plan, and the plan would be that we find them in default, and then we would give them the 30 days to cure the default.
They indicated that they are not going to meet that obligation?
Not at this time.
Okay.
No.
Not at this time, meaning they're not going to pay it at this time, or they haven't indicated anything at this time?
It has not been indicated at this time, no. Okay. These are further discussions we will be having in the future. Any other questions?
But they've sold all 18 lots. Is that right? So,
That is correct.
okay.
Yes.
So they are in obligation to meet the requirements of that is to make 4 additional payments, 15, 16, 17, and 18. So that would be $44,000, not $33,000. Am I?
No. So the 4 that have not been paid, one of them is a building permit that has not been taken out. It's the owner of that land has not built on that land. So there's only 3 that are in default because no building permit was taken out on that 4th parcel. Does that make sense?
Well, it makes sense to the point, except that just because they don't want to pay that additional $11,000, there may not ever build on that lot 18.
That is correct.
It's troublesome to me, but
Apparently, they're due when the building permit's issued, not when the lot is sold.
That is correct, yes.
Commissioners, as questions arise, please go ahead and jump in and ask those questions rather than wait until after the presentation's over. Okay, thank you.
We like to throw in just, so GIS, shout out to that team. They always send us an updated picture on our map just to show you where phases 1, 2, and 3 are. And then we just took a picture of where the proposed Drayton Boulevard would be, but we've come in and spoken to you guys about the new.
So can you come in?
Okay, about the new plan for Drayton Boulevard. Going into the next development agreement, these are Aloha and Rain Shadow phases 2 and 3. Very similar. This is a 27-unit subdivision that was approved by the board on May 5th, 2016. The county and the owner entered in a development agreement on July 7th of 2016. And very similar to the last one, at the last time that we reviewed this development agreement, we mentioned they were in compliance. However, after an audit with finance, we noticed that that was also incorrect. The agreement requires the developer to contribute $51,627.94 towards the future construction of Drayton Boulevard and other off-site improvements. And it would be done in 2 payments. The first payment was paid, $21,033.59, and it was in conjunction with the recording of the final map of Phase 2. However, the second payment in the amount of $30,594.35 was not paid, even though the final map for Phase 3 was recorded on July 17th, 2018. this is very similar to the last one, that owner's failure to pay the fees in that amount of 30,000 and change constitutes a default in the development agreement. We're obligated to notice them of that default, and we would give them 30 days to cure the default. And if it's not cured, then we can bring both of these development agreements back to cancel or amend.
Okay, what does cancellation mean? You know, because if the lots are built out or they're, you know, I mean, what would change if we found them in default and canceled the development agreement? What are the consequences?
Tom Delaire, Community Development Director for the record. Canceling the default would basically eliminate the need for them to pay the fees that are due. Is that right, Doug? Right, that's what my understanding is it gets rid of all their obligations on the development agreement itself.
What obligations do they have remaining on the development agreement?
Paying these fees.
Just the paying the fees?
Yeah, and that the way the development was.
So that's why we wouldn't want to cancel the development agreement, because then that would eliminate the need for them to pay the fees.
Right.
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 What recourse do we have otherwise to get them to pay the fees?
I believe it goes into default. Once that process goes through, we can probably turn it over to the DA's office to file criminal proceedings at that point. Right?
Finally?
It's not criminal.
I may. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. Would probably civil, just a claim for the remaining sums. I mean, technically, building violation of Title 20, there are criminal charges, but in this instance, I mean, we'd have to look at it, but probably it would just be a civil complaint for their amounts owed.
And what would that look like? Basically a lien against the remaining properties that weren't, or something like that?
I don't know. We haven't, the default hasn't been issued, and the board would have to direct us to initiate whatever action they deem appropriate.
Just throwing in the fact that we ourselves didn't notice there was a default, so this is very premature, or early, very early.
Well, it may be early, but if we're required to do this every 2 years, so are we going to wait 2 years to have that come back to us?
No, we will not. Now that this has been discovered, we wanted to give you the update today. Again, action is not to be made on what to do with next steps with this. This is just to accept our report. We will bring back to the Board of County Commissioners the next steps. Once we have an internal meeting, we need to consult with we've been consulting with the District Attorney's Office on this. They are well aware. So we will be having continued conversations regarding this and bring it back to you for action.
I guess my question is, what penalties are to a developer for failure to meet the obligations of the development agreement? What are the penalties? Because it's troubling that you know, we enter into these agreements, and then really, if the developer defaults, okay, then okay, you know, I mean, what's the recourse? That's not necessarily a question you can answer. I would imagine Mr. Hames can.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. AJ Hames for the record. The remedies are always set forth in the development agreement itself. It's a contract between the county and a private party. And so typically the main remedy that is built into each contract, it's also set forth in statute, is the commission has the ability to amend or cancel the development agreement as was indicated previously. So in this particular development agreement, there's no damages clause or anything like that. The developer wouldn't owe damages or penalties to the county. It would just be an opportunity to look at it, see if it can still be, the objectives of the agreement can still be accomplished. And if so, the agreement can be rewritten. or it can just be terminated. In this case, the county still has an obligation to use the funds from both phase 1 and phases 2 and 3 to build Drayton Boulevard, a complete Drayton Boulevard with sound walls. So this board has already taken some action to authorize sort of a partial construction of Drayton Boulevard from Acorn Way down to the Pleasant View development. So if the defaults are not cured, and we don't know at this point whether they will be or not, then one action the board might consider at a later date would be to possibly rewrite the development agreements to re-articulate the county's obligations with regard to Drayton. And so that could be to just use the funds that we have received at this point to help fund the construction of the secondary access from Acorn Way to Pleasant View. And remember too, if we did decide to build Drayton, regardless of whether or not these development agreements exist, there is a deed restriction that's now been placed on the Drayton Boulevard right-of-way that this board approved, and that deed restriction requires the county to construct sound walls concurrently with the lanes of that road.
Thank you. I'm sorry. You can proceed.
Moving on to the third development agreement, Valley Vista Estates. So this one's a 261 lot residential subdivision. It was approved in April of 1992 and is located on the south side of Jacks Valley Road, west of Vista Grande Boulevard and the Indian Hills Jacks Valley Community Plan. We entered into a development agreement with the owner on August 5th, 1993. This one has been on the books for quite some time. 3 amendments to this development agreement has been approved, just dealing with the timing and the recording of the next phase final maps. All of them have been recorded to this point. Indian Hills General Improvement District has accepted the public improvements. However, they have not accepted maintenance of the drainage improvements associated with Valley Vista 7, which are primarily located on an open space parcel west of Tourmaline Court. In an effort toward resolving this issue, we found out in further research and auditing that there was in or around 2020, the Valley Vista 7 property owners actually created a landscape maintenance association to maintain that open space parcel and the drainage improvements, which is happening today. However, the county was not aware of the LMA until recently. And so the acceptance and the maintenance of the drainage improvements on the open space parcel is primarily the unresolved issue at this point. We have had meetings with the LMA and their legal representation about a year ago. And in the last year, they have changed hands, and so now the legal representation that we had spoken with is no longer there, and there's a new property management, community management corporation that's in charge of it. And I just spoke with them this morning. I've also spoken with the Indian Hills GID manager, and we have meetings that will be set up with the LMA, with the board of directors of the Valley Vista 7 LMA, in order to discuss future maintenance of that open space parcel. This is a development agreement that's in compliance, and we believe with the LMA that was created that this will satisfy that obligation that's in the development agreement to this day. We just want to make sure that before we bring this back to the board for repeal, that someone is maintaining that open space parcel. We've had several conversations, as you can see, since 1993, just where that open space parcel is kind of a no man's land where nobody wanted to accept that dedication. But we're closer to it today than we have been, and we're going to continue to move forward with this. Now that we know all parties that have changed hands, we have all the contact information. We'll start with meetings hopefully in the next month with them, and then I can bring this back, I'm hoping soon, to repeal it. Any questions on this one?
Commissioners?
There's the pictures. Any questions?
Not from me.
The open space.
Not from me.
It's right here. Behind Valley Vista 7.
So Indian Hills owns the piece of property that's parked today, right behind Home Depot, right at that intersection right there. They have that little park. I think they're redoing it now. And then that's just a small portion of this open space. The open space continues all the way across that hillside, and that hillside is where the problem lies. And the improvements that were approved back in the day for that drainage ditch at the bottom of that hill is difficult for a vac truck or something to get in there to maintain it, and that's the hesitation from the GID in order for it to take on the maintenance of that hillside. So that's been the problem. And the owners that purchased this property, we met with them, I want to say 5 years ago. They ended up creating the Landscape Maintenance Association for this, and now they're out of the picture, and the owners. That's what we're meeting with now, because it's all changed hands in all the context. That's the problem with this. As long as this continues to go on, we're going to have more and more difficulty to keep on top of it. So we got to get this part identified as somebody has to take that ownership, and so that's where we're heading. There's 4 other parcels in this. I think 4, including this one, that the GID will maintain. There are 2 of them have ponds on them today that they do maintain. They just don't own the property. So the developer still does. And this has changed hands. This project has changed hands over the years as it's been going through the development process. And so each one of those parcels is owned by that developer at the time. So it's a lot of work to track everybody down and get them on the same page and get this part cleaned up. So it'll be much easier to do it as we go along through this process and get the maps recorded and dedicated at that time rather than at the very end.
Well, thank you for your diligence, because it would be a problem to have that unmaintained by anyone.
That's why it's still on the books today. And
Any other
that is-
questions, commissioners? Okay, this is for possible action, so we'll go to public comment. Is there any public comment on item 13.2?
Jim Jackson. These previous boards that have done these development agreements should be in jail. An agreement that goes on for 30 years is not an agreement in our favor. These developers are making you look like idiots. They've now got money that you can't collect. And it sounds like no matter what you do, you're not going to get it. But yet you're obligated to do different things with that. My first thing is to say, don't ever make any of these agreements again. If a developer wants to build something, make them pay everything on the front end. If they can't afford to do that, then they can't afford to develop the land, because they're going to make millions off of it. And then they're going to walk away, and you get stuck with the bill, which means we get stuck with the bill. That's the first thing. But don't let these developers get away with this. Everything. They shouldn't be allowed to. The other thing is why did it take so long to find out that they owed you money? What happened there? Who wasn't looking? Did everybody just think that developers are wonderful individuals? They're going to be totally honest with you? They aren't. They're in it to make money. And they're going to make it any way they can. And if that means sticking you with the bill, they're going to. And it sounds that's just what's happened on this one. But these development agreements, don't ever make them again. If a developer wants to build something, you tell him what he has to do, and he has to do it on the front end, not when the last piece of property is developed, because it'll sit there for 30 years and he won't develop it. And then, like they said, they go out of business, they sell it to somebody else, and by the time you get around to doing it, who knows who owns it and who's going to be agreeing to it. So this is all a fiasco, and it needs to come to an end quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Good afternoon, Ellie Waller. Similar comments. It seems that I know we have staffing shortages in lots of places, and is 24 months part of the issue? Should they be done annually? Who does the audits? Are they done internally? Or are we having external people looking at these contracts? This is for another topic, but possible Title 20 changes. So there are other fees that come along with not getting your developments complete and paying, I mean, $64,000 between the two. What fund is being deficited because this isn't put in there and could be used for better purposes? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Waller. Any additional public comment?
Jim Slade, I share the last two speakers' concerns. I won't address Valley Vista, but the two Aloha Rain Shadow Ranch issues, I mean, it's unfortunate that this accounting mistake was not discovered 2 years ago. And, you know, I think we should ask staff to tell us the dates on which payments 15, 16, and 17 were actually due, to see, in fact, how many years ago this should have been caught. The public and the board deserve that information, as well as when the second payment on the Marianne phases 2 and 3 was due. That may have been more recently, but we need to know what date that payment was due, but more specifically, what date payments 15, 16, and 17 were due. As I'm sure all of you know, Mr. Lynn is a longtime local developer. He was also a county commissioner for, I can't remember how many terms, I would guess 2, but maybe more, maybe less. So he should know better more than most. He does know better more than most. I'm sure of that. So the fact that he hasn't paid the required amounts is unacceptable. It is the developer's responsibility to make payments. The fact that the accounting was inaccurate and payments were due years ago is unfortunate, but doesn't affect the developer's requirement to pay in a timely manner. So not only should he pay, I believe someone said in the next 30 days, the $33,333.33 and the $30,594, but I believe that penalties and interest should be imposed from the day each one of those payments was supposed to be paid. This is a serious matter. The developers, especially those that know all the rules, should not be allowed to get away with this kind of stuff. And since this appears to be willful, and Doug Ritchie has said that the development code is a criminal code, I don't know, if you make it a civil case, it will drag on forever. Because of the willful nature of this, it probably should be a criminal case to get this resolved more quickly so that the county is not left holding the bag.
I'm Suzanne Taus. I'm one of the developers of Rain Shadow Ranch Phase 1. And I just want to correct a misimpression here that you've been given. When that development agreement was signed, Greg Lynn and I intended to build all the houses in the construction company we had at the time. And the arrangement for payment was, of that $200,000, was that it would be paid when the building permits were pulled for each property. That sounded great at the time, and it was great for us, but as it turned out, as has been said, it was not great for the county, and now there's something owed. As time went on, we went through what we all call the Great Recession, and Greg and I ended up in foreclosure and in a terrible financial position about that subdivision. So we ended up having to sell lots as vacant land instead of building a house on it and selling a completed house. So the responsibility, we assumed the responsibility for someone that was entirely driven by what the buyer was willing to pay for the lot. He gave us a really good price. We paid the $11,000. If he wanted a bottom end price, they paid the $11,000. Well, what we're seeing here is that the new owner of that lot, when he pulled that building permit, was supposed to pay that $11,000, and evidently 3 of them did not. And so I don't want that to end up as a big black stain on the name of developers all over this county, because we did what we were supposed to do. And one more thing, if staff could send me the addresses of the lots that have not paid, I'll search my records too and see what I can find. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That was very important information to have. Appreciate it.
James McCallum, I'm on the Planning Commission, but I'm speaking as a private citizen. It seems the county didn't get money they were owed, and the people didn't get Drayton that was supposed to be built. So I have to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment? Go ahead, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office.
A minute. I need to make sure public comment is closed, right? Did you have public comment? Oh, okay. You can do it as public comment. Sure.
Thank you. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. Just to be clear, violations of Title 20, which is the county's development code, can result in a misdemeanor, which is 6 months in jail. As Mr. Hames indicated, development agreements often have their own provisions within them. But to clarify, violations of Title 20 may result in a misdemeanor. Thanks.
So you were just clearing up whether or not it was a criminal versus civil matter. Okay. Is there any additional public comment? Okay. Then I'm going to bring it back to the board. Commissioners, did you have anything else to add? So, and I share the sentiments of the public that have come before us. The problem with development agreements, well, there's quite a few. Okay, so I don't know, but the primary one I see here in this regard, and Mr. McCallum pointed it out, is that we were charging for these lots, and the anticipated cost of building out Drayton, to my understanding, was the 18 lots at $11,000 a lot plus. Okay. However, because of the length of time that it takes for these development agreements to come to fruition, the cost is rising of building out roads on a by minute basis, by minute basis, not a month, not a year, but by minutes. Okay, the cost of building roads is going up by the minute, even as we sit here. Okay, so it doesn't appear to me that there was any forethought when this development agreement was created as to whether or not, when we finally got to the point of trying to build Drayton, that there would be the necessary revenue in that account in order to fulfill our end of the bargain, which was build out Drayton. And so now that's created a conundrum for this board as what do we do? Do we spend public money on building out Drayton? Do we accept the community's idea of making a linear park there? What do we do? And so I appreciate what the developer has said, but and of course, this was built in a receiving area, which allowed for greater density, which allows for more homes. So the amount of money is greater than necessarily would occur otherwise. And I agree with the public in saying, and fortunately, in the 5.5 years that I've been on this board, we've had no development agreements come to us, none. And I would be very reluctant as a commissioner in the future to approve a development agreement that didn't take those factors into account and make sure that if nothing else, there was a method of ensuring that when our obligations came due, that we would have the sufficient funds in the bank to meet our obligations. So that's kind of put us in a conundrum, right? Because and these lots were, as I'm hearing from the developer, were not necessarily on the backs of the developer, but rather on the purchasers of the lots. And that's why they're basically in default, is it's not from the developer, it was from the lots that were sold below market, I suppose. And so that fee went on top of that. In my mind, when they filed for their building permit, they should have been required at that time to pay that amount of money, even though that still would not have given us the necessary funds to build out Drayton. Okay, I recognize that, but so that's the conundrum that we're in, and it just shows the problems that we incur, the unintended consequences of approving development agreements. I'm going to have if one ever comes before me, I'm going to have a difficult time, or I want to make sure that we cross all of our T's and dot all of our I's and make sure that we have that covered. So. But I do appreciate the explanation. That was very important information for us to have. So it's not sitting on your shoulders. It's really on those developed. And we need to go back and take a look at that. I don't know what we're going to do with the funds, because that $33,000 isn't going to get us a block of payment. So.
Just following up on the potential consequences of not paying such fees, could the county withhold approval of new projects or processing of new applications by developers who are in default? Okay, we've thrown that out as an idea, and we can move on.
I'm not an attorney, but I'm an engineer. So, but I think the issue I think that happens here is the development agreement is with the developer, right? What I've just heard from the developer is that they sold those properties to individuals that at the time of the building permit was issued. How was the county supposed to know that we were collecting it on those particular properties? The development agreement didn't get revised for that purpose, right? And so I think that's part of the problem. But how do we in the systems that we have today and in place, I think it's easier to track digitally in GIS that these are a requirement of the permit, and we can put holds on properties now, whereas back in 2008, 2009, we didn't have that capability. It was all done by paper. You just bring it in and it's done. AS400 had a process on it where you could hold the APN at that time. So it could have been tracked that way, but it doesn't seem that that's what happened. So I don't know exactly when those houses were built. I think we do have that information, and AJ has that information as well. But also on the amount, that $200,000 obviously wasn't going to build Drayton Boulevard, even in 1993. So, it was a portion. It's their impact on that particular amenity. So the county, if there's like 5,000 cars that are going to be using that road, it's their proportionate impact that they're paying for on that particular road in order to get it built. And that's the other issue that we have to determine that. That happened a long time ago, and we don't have to build Drayton until it's 10 years after the last home is built. So how long did Pleasant View? I think I was here in the Community Development Department when Pleasant View, the last house in Pleasant View was built. And I was in high school when the first development was going in, that road was going in. So it's taken that long for, I mean, it's what, good 34, 35 years for that subdivision to get complete. So there's still one owner, property owner, who owns the property across the street and actually has a house. He purchased the property on the other side of the road, and he wants to keep it open until, you know, maybe when he passes away or they leave, then they'll sell it off, and then a building permit will be issued at that time. But I think that's when the trigger happens, at 10 years for the Drayton Boulevard to go in. So it's a really hard for all of these development agreements to anticipate all of these scenarios in the future. So it's something that we need to consider absolutely in the future for sure. But it is difficult, and looking at it and going through these scenarios, I think we can come up with better ones in the future. It's just lessons learned, really.
Hopefully none in the future. That would make it easier, right? Then we wouldn't have to work or worry about the unintended consequences, right? So, yeah. You know, and what you're saying, you know, is take, but, you know, when we get to this point, you know, there are residents in that area along Drayton or in those areas, Pleasant View, and who are indicating that we have an obligation to build Drayton, and yet we don't have the funds to do that. And so in order to do so, we would have to take, you know, and what those individuals don't understand is that they say the county has the responsibility, the county has a responsibility, the county has a responsibility, misunderstanding the fact that we are all of us are the county. Okay, there is no ominous body out there that's called the county and they miraculously have money. We're all members of that county, of the county, and therefore to do that would be taking money out of my pocket and the other pocketbooks of the other residents in this county to build that road. Okay, whether or not that it's fair or not, you know, or you know, acceptable is a whole nother question. So, anyways, that's the dilemma that we have, and yet we're still here, 30 years later, working on this stuff. And in my mind, we shouldn't be working on it 30 years after the initial process. But anyways, okay, you've heard me on my soapbox today. So anyways.
You ready for a motion?
I am. Yes. In other words, unless other commissioners have something they wish to offer. We've had public comment, so yeah.
All right, Mr. Chair, I recommend that we approve the 24-month review of the, that's right, that we accept the 24-month review of the adopted development agreements between Douglas County, Aloha Ranch, Range Shadow Ranch Phase 1, Marianne Road LLC, Range Shadow Ranch Phases 2 and 3, and the Valley Vista Estates as presented.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Tolbert, seconded by Commissioner Hales to accept the 24-month review of the adopted development agreements as stated in the board agenda item. Any other questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you. And hopefully we'll hear back from you before 24 months on these other issues. Yep, thank you. Going to take a 5-minute break to
Daddy, do you want to try to eat something? We're having a 5-minute break.
Okay, we're going to bring it back into session, please. And go into 13.3 for possible action, presentation, discussion, and direction to staff regarding pending updates on proposed Articles 1 through 3 to the Douglas County Code Title 20. This is being presented by Douglas County, or Title 20, the Douglas County Development Code. Oh my gosh, they put your your other name in there too. Kate Marolis O'Neill and Anne Marie Lane with NCEE, and Andrea Prowling, our Community Development Deputy Director, right? Yeah, okay. It's in the line above. Okay, so anyways, okay, and this is not, so I'll preface it by saying, as I understand it, this is a presentation, although we've marked it for possible action, which gives our public the opportunity to speak during public comment, but you're not really asking us for you're asking us for direction, but not taking any action today. Is that right? Okay. So I'm going to make the assumption here that the other articles will come to us in future meetings as well as you work through the process. And then once you have done the whole thing, and you're probably I'm probably telling you what you're going to state, right? But then more community workshops, and then eventually the whole thing will come together. You'll take it to the Planning Commission, they'll weigh in, and then it'll all eventually come to us. Thank you, Ms. Kate Marolis O'Neill.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Gardner. Yes, and I will reiterate a couple things that you have mentioned because they are important. So I want to ensure that everyone understands the action that we have on this item today is for direction, suggested changes, areas of the code you want us to focus on. We will be presenting, I won't get into the calendar. Andrea will be going over our schedule, our upcoming workshops, so on and so forth. This is for you to make those comments. We are presenting 3 articles today, Articles 1, 2, and 3. That does not mean that you can't make a suggestion that might be out of Article 3. The more that we can get ahead of a topic, the better. So that's okay. One of the things we do want to make sure and get your blessing and approval is that you do like the new outline and the articles and how we are formatting code. We've worked very hard on this and looked at other jurisdictions, and we feel like the organization we've set up and how we're formatting code works. It's a lot more streamlined and so much easier to navigate and a lot more user-friendly, which is really important. Staff did identify, the reason I want to bring up, we're not asking you to approve what the tables show right now and what's permitted and not permitted. When we did reformat the consolidated table, for instance, we alphabetized all the uses. We just thought that makes a lot more sense. It's a lot more user-friendly. But when we alphabetized, it kind of threw off because we had some uses that are in residential but not in non-residential, and it threw off the first couple columns. So thanks to staff, and then we actually had a community member in the supplemental say, hey, why isn't household pets allowed in A19 and FR? It is allowed, but it shows on that table you have in front of you that it's not allowed. So I did correct the table this morning. Staff helped correct that. I did provide that consolidated use table, but we will make sure, we plan on coming in November. We should be past all the presentations and getting feedback from all the articles. And November, we anticipate to be the time where we actually present the entire Title 20 with the new updates and all the suggestions and all your comments. So I just wanted to make sure we understood where we are today and what we're presenting. So I wanted to start with introductions. Yes, you know me, Kate Marolis O'Neill, Principal Planning Manager, and then we have Andrea Pauling, Deputy Director of Community Development, and then Anne Marie Lane. She is with NCE and is our consultant. and has done a tremendous job on this code update with us. Has a lot of experience in code updates, so she's been great to have. Sherry Bowman from Resource Concepts, Nora Pizzella from NCE also was unable to join us today. And then Tom, I tried to get him to go home because he is extremely under the weather, and I told him I don't want to get sick. I'm going home to see my mother, so she can't handle being sick. So hopefully, I think he's sitting in the hallway. So he is here in case you have any specific questions for him. So what is Title 20? Oh, switch slides. Am I supposed to be telling you that? I forgot. So what is Title 20? So think of it as our county's rule book. That's a great way to think of it. It serves as the primary regulatory document governing all land uses, zoning, and development activities. The key components of that is land use and zoning districts, development standards, procedures, and then safety and protection. Next slide, please. So why update the code now? So we have a fragmented patchwork of Title 20 right now. So due to years of amendments that have come through with the code, has caused it to become very disjointed. Many contradictions between chapters makes interpretation challenging for not only staff but our public. So we're having to go from one section and then defer to another section, and many times we find a contradiction. Well, it says 8 feet here, and then in another section it says 6 feet. What do? Makes it really challenging for staff, and it makes it challenging for the public also. Currently, Title 20 is extremely hard to navigate. It's outdated. It can be confusing. We do have, again, I mentioned the cross-referencing makes it, and it's time-consuming. You know, when I get a question about code, it takes me longer and staff longer because I'm never confident when I see it in one area because I'm like, ooh, I better check to make sure what does it say in another area. So it's extremely important for us to ensure that we get rid of that. And finally, Title 20 has some outdated standards. Right, so many of them no longer, they don't address modern building practices. Current economic needs is a huge one, and the community vision that we have outlined in the 2020 master plan. So these are all reasons that Title 20 is so important, and the update is so important so that we can address these things now and not wait until later. Next slide. So this is the proposed code outline and overview. So on the left reflects the current chapters right now in Title 20. And then on the right, we have the proposed new outline. Staff believes that this organization will alleviate the difficulty we see when having to cross-reference multiple chapters. So you can see the highlights. For example, transfer development rights and growth management zoning regulations is now Article 2. So it's real easy to follow how we've organized. We also moved, in Title 20 right now, definitions are at the end. So we've included those in the general provisions so that you understand right off the bat what the definitions are of the terms and things that we utilize within Title 20. Next slide. So I also want to point out, here's just, all the articles, again, that you saw in that previous diagram. And I want to point out, so Article 7, the land use regulations and design standards, that article is now going to include Part 1 of our design criteria and improvement standards manual. Why that's important is right now those are two separate documents. So if there's something in the design criteria that we want to amend, we have to amend that document, not Title 20, because Title 20 only references the design manual, Part 1. So we are now including that Part 1 so that when we do amend, we are amending Title 20 And it's, again, there's some contradictions in that document in Title 20 that exists right now too. So again, it's about cleaning it up, making sure it's organized, and making sure it's extremely clear what our design standards are, and you find it all in one place. You're not having to utilize multiple documents. And on that note, Andrea, I'll pass it off to you.
Good afternoon again. Andrea Pauling for the record. I just want to go over we call it our tentative Title 20 code update and timeline. So we just started, so that it's transparent for everybody, to have a timeline of what events we're going to have, when we're going to see the Planning Commission, the Board of County Commissioners, when our workshops are, when our staff and consultant meetings are. We've had several that I didn't put on here. It would be a very busy sheet if I did. We only started documenting this since December of 2025, but we have done a lot of work on this previously to that. Many years have gone into this. A couple I want to highlight, obviously, we're going to be on our 4th public workshop coming up in July. So we're giving you a presentation today, then we're giving PC a presentation, Planning Commission a presentation on July 14th, which will outline Articles 4 to 6. We've already presented to them on Articles 1 through 3 like we're doing today for you. So anything we present to them will also be presented to you. The 4th public workshop is on July 15th, and it's at the CVIC Hall. We're trying to make it consistent, same time, same day, every time we do a public workshop, so everyone's aware. 4:30 to 6:30. Sometimes the time has gotten confusing to others. We've already had the press release out. Just want to put it out there. It's 4:30 to 6:30 at CVIC Hall. And then a couple upcoming dates. In August, we'll be back to you guys on August 6th, and we'll present Articles 4 through 6, and then back to Planning Commission on August 11th for Articles 7 through 10, and then so on and so forth. I won't go through each line with you. We do have a 5th public workshop that's already been scheduled on September 23rd, again, at CVIC Hall at 4:30 to 6:30. And we have not scheduled any other public workshops after September, although it is a possibility that we may do another one to discuss everything all together. We'll see as we move forward with this. Like Kate said, we are coming back to you in November, hopefully to the November 5th meeting, where we're going to have the first reading of the ordinance of the repeal and replace. And we're hoping to have this adopted by end 2026, in effect by the beginning of 2027. I won't go line by line on this, but what we did from the very beginning in October, actually, of last year, is we've sent out surveys through SurveyMonkey for feedback from the public and from you. We have an open survey right now, feedback on our Title 20 website. We're going to go over some of those later in another slide, but we have a Title 20 website that the public and everyone can go on to and get updates, and updates in real time. So anything we present at a workshop will be uploaded to that website so that they could see anything that's presented. Anytime a timeline or a date has been changed, we upload that and we change it on the website. So this public survey feedback, we collected this. This is just the last time we did a public workshop. That's why it says May 20th there. Once we go for July 15th, we'll have updated public feedback at that time. What we do is just kind of consolidate it. So we've had, up and through May 20th, we had 50 respondents, and we collected quite a bit of data. The number one topic of feedback right now is the RV and trailer storage. I don't think that's a surprise. We've had a lot of talk about that, and we, based on feedback that we receive from the public, we will be incorporating that into Title 20 and some of those changes, and we've already done that. So that's why we really encourage everyone to give us feedback and continue to do so. We are listening. We may not be able to put everything in there that's requested, but we analyze, apparently I'm talking with my hands too much. We analyze everything and make sure that we incorporate it and discuss it, and then we put it into Title 20. So there was 80% opposition. So roughly 80% of vehicle-related comments strongly oppose new restrictions on parking. well-maintained RVs, boats on private land, things like that. There was the 72-hour standard that was discussed as well during the feedback. So 100% consensus among respondents supported 48 to 72-hour grace period for driveway loading, unloading, and cleaning of RVs. The 0.5 acre threshold, we have public proposal to automatically exempt properties that are half acres or larger from strict visual screening and fencing rules when it comes to RVs. And then the financial impact. Residents highlighted that forced off-site storage introduces more and unfair fees, unplanned financial burden.
So I realize that these are public survey comments, okay, right? They're not what we're proposing, but these are public comments of suggested proposals, right?
Correct.
But I guess my question is, on that half acre threshold, what is the current standard? Is there a current standard?
Yes, so currently, I don't, it's an acre, I believe, is the threshold. So if you live on an acre or larger right now, your RV shouldn't, it still has to be behind that front setback, but you don't need to fence it. So this suggestion
is moving that threshold down to half acre
Exactly.
versus an acre.
Correct. And you are correct. We have not made any changes, or we're not proposing any of these in any current documentation you see now. That's why we're here today, to get feedback, looking at, again, it's only 50 respondents out of nearly 50,000 people, but these are our community members that are taking the time, and so we want to ensure that we share those comments with you, because, you know, even though it's minimal amount of people, it's still important topic.
And I guess I don't understand also, once again, I realize this is public comment, but, you know, words have meanings. And when you say from strict visual screening, that word strict, that is concerning to me. You know, what does that mean? Can you give me a
Yeah, I mean, currently it's fencing. We don't say like a masonry wall, or you just have to fence around your RV. Typically, it's on the side of someone's house, or so they would have to fence, you know, so you're screening your RV. Versus it parked in your driveway.
Sure,
or-
no, I understand that. You know, and obviously, you know, I mean, in some cases, when we get into that, the strict visual screening or fencing rules, you know, almost every RV that I know of, very, very few are short. We have a fencing ordinance, right? We have a fence height ordinance. Okay, and what is that fence height ordinance? Is that 6 feet?
It depends. Like if you're on the street side, like if it's within like 30 feet from if you're on a street side, it has to be, like, can only be 3 feet. So there's variations on your property of how big your fence has to be. But
what's the maximum?
The screening is 6 feet.
6 feet, okay. But like I said, most RVs that I've been encountered are well above 6 feet.
True.
You know,
True.
so regardless of, you know, in order to put a fence there, you're still going to be able to see the RV.
Correct.
Regardless, if you meet
Correct.
county code in regards to the 6 foot
Correct.
fence. So.
Yeah, the intent is just to screen, you know, so you're not seeing the entire vehicle. Is I'm assuming was the intent of the requirement when the code was developed.
And again, this is just public survey feedback, so some specific terminology, I mean, I know you guys have asked, but some specific terminology is specifically from what they have put online. So I just want to make sure that you guys are aware of that. So.
Before we leave that, you're asking us for our feedback on what you're proposing in the new Articles 1 through 3. So I appreciate that this is just feedback, but I also don't feel like I have an understanding of what you're proposing. So I don't know what I can do to be helpful.
So that's understandable, Commissioner Hales. So we want, sharing the public feedback is extremely important. We want you to see, here's what the public is commenting on. This is the synopsis of those comments. Your role in this today is we're presenting Article 1 and 3 not as here approve Articles 1 and 3, but here's our draft, here's how we've reformatted it, we've changed chapters to articles. Now it's like, what do you, and it can be beyond Articles 1 and 3. It doesn't have to be about general provisions or zoning. We'd like it to be, but we now just want you to say, I'd like staff to not touch RVs. I like the rules as they are now. Or you're like, night sky is very important. And I think that is a topic we need to focus on. And I'd like to see a night sky ordinance within our Title 20. So those are the directions we're looking from you, is we're really not proposing any changes. We're asking you for that. Like, we've reformatted the current code into the new format. You know, there's a couple things that we'll suggest, but we want that feedback from you. Is you hear a lot of complaints. People call you on the phone if they don't like our answer, right? Or they just want to share their feelings with you as your constituents. That's what we want to know. What areas do you want us to, what are some things you would like to see changed in code? Does that help?
Yes, I guess it does. Is there anything you're proposing now based on public comment or anything else to change the RV and trailer storage?
As of right now, we're not proposing any changes to the RV regulations. They would remain the same.
Is there a grace period right now?
Yeah, I think it's 48 hours. Will you just take those because I keep hitting them? 48 hours. I don't think it's 72. I think it's 48 hours. You can have it parked in your driveway, or, you know, because you could have friends. And I believe you can even have someone, like for 14 days, if you had a family member staying with you, you can, there's also that in code also that we allow. Like if you have family that's visiting from out of town, there is, and I think it's 14 days, but don't quote me.
Since you're looking for direction and we're on this topic, I will tell you that I don't want to make wholesale changes to what we're doing right now. And I have heard a lot of feedback, and tweaks are okay, but I don't want to do anything that is a major change. What I'm seeing here doesn't seem to me like a major change. So that's just a little bit, since you asked for feedback, there's a little.
Yeah, and I think, Commissioner Hales, I think for all of you too, when we get down to the nitty gritty, when we get your feedback, and come September, October, November, you're going to have a better grasp of the code, because we want you to read Articles 1 through 3, right? Because now it's much easier to get through the code versus, you know, Articles 1, 2, and 3 were various chapters in Title 20. So once we get the repeal and replace, you're going to see those red lines, and you're going to see, like, here's where we made a change. Here's, based on your feedback, here are the changes that we're suggesting and updating code.
Okay, so apparently that was more specific than you want today. Anyway.
Yeah, yeah, that's fine. I mean, you can say, yeah,
Okay.
whatever suggestions, whatever area of focus. I know night sky is important to you. I know antennas, that is a conversation we've had. So those are the type of feedback that we want to hear.
Okay. And I will say, it's clearly going to be so much better, and I like what you're doing, simplifying, reorganizing, making sure it's internally consistent. What a huge undertaking, and it's really going to be improved. So that's general feedback from me, so thank you.
I'll piggyback on top of that. Yes, and I recognize this a long time ago, that how discombobulated Title 20 was and how important this was, and it boggles my mind that we've waited this long to try to tackle this issue. But it's important we also do this in advance of looking at the master plan update as well, okay? But an observation that I would make is, and it's mentioned several times in this document here, well-maintained, from strict, okay? Words have meanings. And when we put together something, we're certainly going to expect, that's why we have a code enforcement department, okay? And we're going to expect the code enforcement officers to be able to go out from a driven complaint by a resident and look into the issue of whether or not we actually have a physical violation of code. And so I would encourage you to do whatever you can to eliminate the subjective terms within that document, okay? This the well-maintained or the strict visual screening, because that's going to become a he said, she said. That's subjective. The argument is going to come between code enforcement and the suggested a person that is violating code, perhaps. And so we need to take that subjectiveness out of there so that the code is very clear, very understandable by the community, and so they know exactly what they can and cannot do. And that way it avoids arguments there, and it avoids arguments in your department, and it avoids obviously arguments that come before this board and appeals, right? So I would encourage you to really go through that with a fine-tooth comb and get rid of those subjective terms.
Or throw them into the definitions, because that's what I was just looking through just while he was talking. I was like, does it say, is privacy fencing defined? It's not. And so in the list now, so I was like, oh, well, maybe it's in here. So I was just flipping through a couple of options, what is obstructed from view, right? What does that mean? Is it just behind? So those are some of the things that I think we're getting at, is like, if there is a adjective, right? Is that the right term? To something, like privacy fencing, then that adjective should be defined, I guess. Is kind of, although I know that's probably a crap ton more work for you.
Well, no, that's, thank you both for that feedback, because that is one of the biggest things that we run into in trying to apply code, is this is such a gray area. It's not black and white, it's gray, and lots of shades of gray. And I know Anne Marie, when we first started working together, those are the first things she started to point out in our Title 20 is there is so much subjectivity in your code that it was shocked, like, how do we ever enforce it? It's extremely challenging. So we have been working on that with definitions. So we appreciate that feedback and trying to get rid of that subjectivity so that it's objective, not subjective, because that's great feedback. Yes, Andrea.
All right, back to me. This is, again, a high level, I guess we did it more of a general based on the feedback. So this one's about infrastructure and safety metrics. There was some feedback of 7 million gallon water risk, so 7 million gallon water deficit or storage cap. Also some feedback on a 2-route safety mandate, 2 dedicated emergency entry exit routes for all new subdivisions. I think we've talked about that quite a bit and related to the development agreements as well. And then a density cap buffer, 25 units an acre maximum density from bleeding into standard residential zones. So again, more feedback from the public. All of this is very important. And we actually are going to look at every single comment. And we were actually just talking about this probably a couple hours ago. We're going to look at every single comment that is posted online and we have it all in an Excel document right now, and we're going to write comments next to it on how it was addressed, what we did with it, so that it's very transparent, and we'll upload that on the Title 20 website as well.
So that second one seems to me, Andrea, interesting. Request for Title 20 to legally require a minimum of 2 dedicated emergency entry exit. Now, we currently have that in code, but it's only at house 21, right?
I believe it's 20. 20, if it's 20.
I think once you build 20, but once you go above 20, then a
Correct.
secondary
The
access.
threshold is 20.
Right, the threshold is 20. 21, you have to have that secondary. So this is suggesting that regardless of the size of the development, it requires a secondary access. Okay. I'm not trying to say whether I'm in favor or against, I'm just trying to clarify.
All right, some more feedback. Land use and code clarity requests, master definition page, 100% agreement on consolidating all scattered definitions into one central chapter. And that's something we discussed earlier on when we were going over the new format. We have done that, and we put it in Article 1, so it's in the beginning and not the end, and put it all in one. Top 5 critical clarifications the public wants. Legally distinct definitions for these specific pairings. So campgrounds versus glamping, that came up. They want some distinct definitions on what those are. Conservation easements versus open space, stormwater retention versus detention basins, vacation home rentals versus agritourism, and commercial versus non-commercial accessory dwellings. Those were the top 5 that they wanted to make sure that we really clearly define, and just to avoid any confusion, right? Because right now this does create some confusion.
Can I ask what a commercial accessory dwelling is? That means somebody renting it on their property that makes it, or can you tell me what those two, what they're asking?
Yeah. I don't know where the comment, I can't tell where the meaning would be coming from. You could have a personal storage unit, for example, and you can have a dwelling on that property, that commercial property, for like the manager of the personal storage to live in. So that's a commercial accessory dwelling. So I think the point is really define those definitions of what exactly that means.
Okay,
But I
so
mean,
they're not talking about
it's really-
rented ADUs versus your family in the ADU.
No,
Okay.
I think what they're trying to say is, what is the difference? Like, what's such an, and again, I think it is clear in code right now, like here's where an accessory dwelling is allowed on commercial property. I think once things are grouped more, better in code where you're not kind of going all over the place, it might make more sense. But again, like Andrea said, we're going to take all of these. We already have created the Excel sheet and just start diving into each one and say, okay, are we going to address this? Can we not address this? Here's the justification of why we want to leave code the way it is. Here's the justification of why we think this should be changed to this.
All right, this one is agency coordination and exclusions, some more feedback. So I never say that right, but helipad, hospital exclusion, agency alignment. They want to mandate that the Title 20 updates explicitly coordinate development reviews with the area's 5 major service providers. So NB Energy, Southwest Gas, Kingsbury GID, other GIDs that had come up as well. Lake Tahoe Sewer Authority, Carson Tahoe Health, and Tahoe Douglas Fire. And then the Tahoe Valley Divide. Over 90% of the Tahoe Basin comments request a complete structural split in the code, so basin regulations do not accidentally apply to the Carson Valley. That has come up as well.
How do you feel about that? Can I get a feeling from you on that, in that thought process?
Do you mean
regarding TRPA, like Tahoe Basin? Oh, I said TRPA. I mean the Tahoe Basin. I do. It needs. I mean, it's going to have its own article. because it is different. The zoning's different. Everything, it's definitely different. So we can't apply certain things that are done in the basin here in the valley and vice versa, because the zoning regulations are different.
I see that in Article 5 now.
And due to the South Shore Area Plan and the newly developed, the Tahoe Douglas Area Plan.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to Anne Marie now. She's going to go over some detailed reviews of Articles 1, 2, and 3.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Anne Marie for the record, Anne Marie Lane. So in Article 1, as was mentioned before, land use definitions were spattered throughout the code, including in an appendix. So what we've done is taken all of the land use definitions that we could find and consolidated them to 1.12. And then in 1.13, we have definitions that relate to measurements, construction, and other code terminology. So the intent here is that when you look at our land use zoning table, each of those uses has an associated definition with it. Oops, can you go? Oh no, that's the right slide. See this for this slide, it's like it got too hot and that image started to like melt down the page. So I printed one for you guys. Kate has them, if you don't mind passing those out. So basically there were three main reasons why we made an edit to a definition. The first was if we had a land use in the table, but we didn't have a definition for it. There were two of those. One was clustered development. We specifically allow for clustered development, but we didn't have a related definition in the appendix or anywhere in code. The other one was we have a use for a grading of more than 500 cubic feet, but we didn't have a specific definition of what that meant. And so right now I would like to read those new definitions to you. One thing I would like to point out that's unique about this process, this Title 20 code update, is that this is iterative. Staff has spent a lot of time going out into the community to get feedback. And so, again, if I read this clustered development definition and you guys say, hey, this doesn't match with what the intent is in our area, then we can change it. So clustered development, and this was after reading the clustered development regulations and trying to come up with a definition that is specific for Douglas County. A residential development pattern in which lots are concentrated on a portion of a parcel or on multiple contiguous or non-contiguous parcels under common ownership in order to preserve agricultural land, open space, and natural resources on the remainder of the property through permanent legal protections. So that was the definition that we came up with. Grading more than 500 cubic feet, I'll read that for you real quick. Any excavation, fill, or combination thereof that results in the movement, placement, or removal of more than 500 cubic yards of soil, rock, or other earthen material on a site, whether occurring at one time or cumulatively as part of a single development project. So that was one reason that we edited definitions if we didn't have a definition for it. The second one, we found that a lot of our definitions included regulatory standards, and which is problematic because you can read the somebody could come into the office and say, hey, I want to do this. What are my regulations? You go to the regulations section, you read it, but it's not till later on you realize, oh, actually in the definition, it also gives you some other guidelines that you need to follow. So we tried to remove all of the regulatory materials out of the definition of itself and move that to the rest of the regulations. So I just put two examples up here. The agricultural products processing and storage. The very last line read, small lumber operations must be located no closer than 600 feet from any adjacent residence located on the same parcel. So that really is a is a regulation on the use. And so we removed it from the definition section and put it where the regulations are. And then animal keeping that I have up there is just another example of moving those regulations. So again, we didn't completely delete it. We deleted it from the land use definition and put it where the regulations are.
It's a very difficult document to read because it's so small.
It's so small. I know. I'm sorry about that. We do have this table that shows definition, reference, and edit note. We have that in 11 by 17 so that the words are easier to read. I was like going cross-eyed up here a minute ago. The third reason is that we needed to ensure legal consistency and compliance. For example, current Douglas County Code had the use of a halfway house. That definition is no longer used, or that term is no longer used by NRS. That's considered an outdated term. And so in consultation with your legal department and looking through NRS, that definition got moved to or changed to recovery house, and that definition now aligns with NRS regulations.
And they called it a recovery house versus a recovery facility?
That's what I believe your current code. Oh, I'm sorry. I said, so halfway house, and I believe we have recovery house. Let me just double check that. Okay. I'm
Yeah. surprised that they would call it a house versus a facility.
Well, I think these are instances where people are using residential homes for people to recover. And the memos and documentation of legal's recommendation are all posted on our Title 20 update in memo format. Same thing with marijuana and medical marijuana establishments. Even though those aren't allowed anywhere within Douglas County, we show that they're not allowed, and we had an outdated definition of them, and so the definition was updated to cannabis establishment to align with NRS. Next slide, please. So going through the land use definition, there was one use that was recommended that to be added to better reflect current and emerging activities. And again, this is a recommendation. Staff is looking for your feedback on this. And this would be an accessory rural event venue. We needed to come up with a definition of this. Ultimately, these are people who have larger parcels that they're trying to have some kind of venue to generate some income on, but not on a very consistent basis. So I'll read that definition for you, and we'd like feedback on the definition, and then I'll go into other things as well. So an event facility located on a parcel where the primary land use is a residence or agricultural operation, and where event activities are clearly subordinate and incidental to the principal use of the property. Accessory rural event venues may include the use of existing buildings, barns, agricultural structures, open landscapes, or outdoor gathering areas for private or small-scale commercial events such as weddings, family celebrations, tours, seasonal activities, workshops, and similar special occasions. So looking at this use, what seemed to be fitting was the RA 5-acre, 10-acre, forest range, F19, F40, and A19. What has yet to be developed or discussed at length is what kind of regulations would be applied to this if this was something that the board would like to see added to code. Those would be things like number of events allowed by year, because any use could potentially have an impact to the character of a neighborhood. So how do you mitigate somebody's desire to have somewhat of a occasional commercial event at their place without overly negatively impacting your neighbors. So that, again, would be events allowed per year or limit a number of attendees. But I think now would be a good time to have some discussion and hear your guys' thoughts on this proposed new use.
So for me, back to our other conversation, is the subjective language, because you could have a private wedding of 1,000 people because it's private and invitation only, but you could say that a small scale commercial event is only 100 people. So it seems like there something in there needs to be clarified or worked out, because I could say, no, it was invitation only, so it was private. So
because could that not be determined by, because this use requires a special use permit, which has to go through the planning commission, could they not then define that?
So that's up for debate. If the community and the board feels like this is a use that should be allowed by right on these, then it doesn't have to be a special use permit. If you feel like the oversight needs to be there to ensure compatibility, then essentially this would be creating a new use category. And so I agree with defining it in more specific terms, if that's something you guys want to keep moving forward with. If you say, this is nuts and a terrible idea, I'm okay with that too.
What we've seen recently is that the greater context is really important. And so just putting A19, et cetera, doesn't give enough to be able to do use by right, in my opinion.
That's correct, Commissioner Hill. So we haven't developed any specific standards for the use. So your direction where you could help us is, this is a use you want staff to research and come up with standards. They're allowed in A19, they're allowed 12 events a year. In RA5, they're allowed 5 or something like that. So it's not just, hey, if you live here, you can have whatever you want. Is it a use we want to look at? And if it is, because I think it is important to realize that the applications we've seen want to keep the property rural, right? They want to do that. And so by maintaining that, do we create a use specifically for this? And if we do, okay, it is allowed, because we don't address event venues in our code at all right now. Whether it's rural or not, we don't do a good job addressing it. And it is a use, it's a popular use. You know, an event venue is popular, and we're addressing that in the rest of the districts also. We have to, because it's just something where we're kind of quiet on. So if this is a use that you want us to look into, we would want suggestions. And again, if you can't think of something, this is an ongoing process, you can email those, comment on our webpage, and let us know, hey, you know, here's a standard I think that should be added, or I think, you know, A19 and F19 would have these regulations, so on and so forth. So we haven't developed any standards because we just want to know what you think about investigating the use a little bit more and addressing in our code.
What I'm thinking is, unless you can articulate the greater context, because the example we just went through where an application was located in an area that amplified music naturally because of geographical features. So how many more specific instances are there like that specific situations create greater impact than one would imagine? So I don't know if this can be quantified in a general way, or is it so specific to each individual parcel that it's not worth your time to try and generalize when it's allowed by right or not. that, I kind of think it might not be worth to put more bones on it, sure, but to allow use by right in any particular space might make me nervous, because unless we go to every single space in the whole county that could possibly be that use and say, is it appropriate here, then I don't want to allow use by right.
So what
So
I'm
what-
sorry,
go ahead,
what I'm hearing you say is that there might be an appetite for this use, but you would rather see it as an SUP so that there's that additional oversight and it's site specific.
That's right. And to put more definition into it would probably be very useful, as long as it wasn't a use by right.
Wait a minute, before you go too far. I'm just thinking, because I have attended more than one wedding on a ranch in a barn that was stored animals the day before. And we came in and had large events that were private. And so if you're going to tell someone that they can't have their daughter's wedding, I just want to make sure that we're not crossing a line, because that is by right, I would think. So I just want to make sure that we're not.
No, that's correct. This is commercial business. So like you said, that private needs to come out. That's a good point that you met in the definition. And to piggyback on what Anne Marie said, that's what it can still be a use. It doesn't have to be by right. It's an SUP, or if an application like this comes in, it's presented, it comes to the board regardless, whether you call it an SOP, sometimes design reviews are administratively done, but we say, nope, you got to go get approval from the PC and the board. So those are things that can still be a use, but it doesn't mean it's permitted by right. If that's the direction you want to go, it's permitted with a special use permit approval.
So, thank you. I think this is a good conversation. I have a couple, in this consolidated land use, that's where we are, right? But okay, let's keep going then.
So let's bring up one that we had that was brought up to us a year and a half ago. So if you have a farm that wants to do farm to table, right? And they build a commercial kitchen on next to their farmhouse, and now they're inviting the public in, right? So that is something that's more of what we're trying to define in this, correct? Because it's going to have an impact on the neighbors with traffic and those kind of things. So that I would agree. But now we have a mechanism when we figure this all out, right? So those people can come in and actually create a business and just have whatever accommodations they need to make for their neighbors and for the safety of the public, because it's now open to the public, right? Okay, just wanted to make sure we were clear on where we're headed.
Okay, are we ready to move on to the next one?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. This Title 20 update, I want the board also to think about, in the spirit of making sure you have the information you need to make good decisions. This is the first major update of Title 20 that we have undergone, just for additional context, in golly, I don't remember the last, I don't ever know that, I think Title 20 it's been at least 20 years, but I would describe what we have been doing to Title 20 during this time as holding it together with duct tape. And we are now talking about building a new framework and really establishing making sure it's clear, it's transparent, it's consistent, it has real credibility. And in the middle of this process, we're also evaluating other things that possibly members of the public think we should consider, possibly you think we should consider. These two things do not have to be done at the same time. And I am concerned about the public's capacity from an open meeting law standpoint and from just wanting to participate in these discussions, that especially when we're talking about new concepts that have not existed, new land use that has not existed in this code until possibly now, that it gets folded into all of the other things that we're doing and it gets lost. And if the public had known that we were going to talk about this specific thing, would they have shown up to a public meeting and expressed real legitimate concerns and provided information to you that you would not otherwise had you not invited them to talk to you about this? I just would ask the board to think about, if it's a new concept, a land use concept that we have not considered prior, we don't have to fold it into this process. We can break it out, we can workshop it, we can have some additional conversations around these things. Because I have watched recently some applications being brought forward that resulted in a large amount of public opinion and public participation in the process, because those people impacted by that decision were properly noticed and were asked to engage in the conversation. So I am asking you to think about that as well. If you were a member of the public and you knew about these changes, what would you think or expect from this process would be acceptable for us to move forward as a wholesale update to Title 20? And what maybe needs to be carved out for a separate conversation? Do you get what I'm saying? Okay, thank you.
So let me rephrase. So when that particular project was presented, we basically denied it out of hand, saying it's not in our code, we don't have a way to process that. So in this version, could we include a way to review things that are outside the box? Is that
Yeah,
more?
I think that's
you know what I'm
we
saying?
were
Something
trying
like
to address.
Right,
With,
so if
with
there's something-
a use. So, and just for clarity and transparency, that slide has been at the workshops, and we've gotten feedback from the public workshops on this particular use. There has been application. It makes it really difficult when the use is not in our code. And it's a use that seems to be more, there's more appetite for these farm to fork type events and things like that. We just don't address it in code. So the intent of staff, when we get questions on whether or not they can do that, or, well, do you have a special occasion home? Because that's your only way. Do you have a historical piece of property? And they'll like, no. So it's just a way, there's been enough, not just beyond applications, but interest that comes through planning on questions about these type of venues. So the intent was to try to say, is this a use that we need to look at to try to address the number of questions and inquiries we get surrounding these type of events?
Mr. Chairman, if I can, sorry.
Just to wrap that up, so if we did that, could we also include something that is not defined? So if somebody brings forth the request of a use that's not defined, how can we address that use and make that its own, like a line item in there? So, okay, if you bring in something that's outside, then we would address it X, Y, and Z, so that we don't tell somebody you can't do it because we don't know what to do with it, right?
Yeah,
that's where I was kind of
There
headed.
there is a section in code where if it's not a use, the community development director can make a determination if it fits in another use, or it would go to planning commission for review. So it's, again, and we run into that gray area trying to fit a round peg into a square hole most of the time, or a square hole into a round peg, whichever one doesn't work. Because our uses can be either outdated, that's what I mentioned before, where we're just trying to update some of our uses to better parallel the inquiries we tend to see within community development and inquiries from the public.
Okay, can I go to this now? Yeah, thank you for your indulgence. Well, so when I attended the sessions, the thing that seemed to gain the most public input, I guess, was this consolidated land use chart, right? And I thought it was very, very good, except that I have some questions about that, okay? And for instance, on that area where it says accessory rural event venue. It has an S, okay? And then the up above, it says special use is the definition of that. Does that mean that, I think we need to be definitive, and maybe I'm reading too much into this, but should it say special use permit required? Okay?
So if
you know, so just because it says special use, okay, yes, it is a special use, but does that mean that it has to have a special use permit?
Thank you, Chairman Gardner. Yeah, at the beginning, like of the table, it will tell you that a special use is required. What I would ask is, the table is in here. If we could just get through a couple more slides, and then we'll come back to the consolidated use table. There, it is in our presentation, so it's just a few more slides. But yeah, no, you're correct. And again, that's in there. We're not asking for you to approve this today. And I think our county manager made that clear too. It's as much input that we can get, and comments and concerns or suggestions, because throughout this process, the public is definitely involved and will be involved. And that's why we don't anticipate even bringing it through to approval, the entire Title 20, until the winter. And that's if we're lucky. I mean, it really just depends how it goes with all the updates.
Okay. I just, when I look at the accessory solar energy system, that's permitted across the line, but that doesn't mean that they don't need to still come before the planning department and get a permit, right? Okay. So it's.
Okay, so moving on to detailed review of Article 2. And we know that this is a heavy lift and it's a lot. And so we'll be back for more presentations. So I appreciate your patience. Article 2, we've consolidated growth management, allocation, and transfer of development rights into one article. In this article, no substantial edits were made. Changes were limited to formatting and minor clarifications for readability. I wanted to give you an example of what that looks like. That's the current code as it is right now, and then the new format on the right. Moving on to zoning districts. There were 4 zoning districts that were not used at all. And so currently, and we'd like feedback on this, that is SFRT 3,000, 4,000, 6,000, 8,000, meaning no parcels in Douglas County are zoned those, but they're on the books and take up a lot of space. If they're not being utilized, there's probably a reason for that. And are these unnecessary zoning districts that we have? So one idea is to remove them. But given your expertise, your longevity here, and being in this community, if you think it's important that we keep those and we're overlooking something, we want to know. And you don't have to have answers today for everything, obviously.
I wanted to go back once to the title. It's Article 2, in the growth management, right there. Yeah. So we have the year count, we have the July 1 year count, and then we have total allocations, vested projects, allocations available. Should we not put in the allocations available by projects and by single family? Two additional columns there?
That's something, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, that allocation is set by a resolution, and so you're gonna create extra work for yourself. If you ever wanted to change the proportional distribution between between projects and one-off developments, you would have to do an ordinance change and a resolution change to accomplish that, which would require 3 readings. This is the most efficient way. And I think it frees the hand, it makes it easier, it creates more flexibility for the board to ensure that the growth management ordinance is consistent with your expectations moving forward. Was I clear in how I explained that? So currently, the growth management ordinance dictates the total number of allocations. those allocations are then separately broken up by a percentage, by a resolution set by this board. I think it's currently a 70-30 split. And so if you wanted to change, say you wanted to flip that and you wanted to allocate more, I'm not saying you should do this, I'm just saying hypothetically speaking, you wanted to make it so that 70% of these allocations were going towards projects, whereas today only 30% are going to projects. It would require an ordinance change as well as a change to the resolution in order to accomplish your objectives versus just a resolution change.
Isn't that allocation already defined in the ordinance? The percentage?
It is not. It's set by resolution.
It was set by resolution.
Correct, yes. And the intent at the time the growth management ordinance was adopted was to allow for flexibility in case the board did want to change that in the future. It has not been necessary for us to evaluate whether or not those proportions are appropriate yet. It may be in the future.
So I guess my question for these SFRTs is, I mean, the closest thing I can think of is Minden Village maybe, or Arbor Gardens, that where the design was for the fronts of all these houses to be walkable. But even Arbor Gardens, you drive to the front and park on the street, or you park in the back in your garage. So I guess, can this be accommodated in the regular SFR and then we don't need it?
So right now, 8,000 square feet is our smallest parcel, unless you come through with the PD, right? That's the base zoning. You can go down to 5,000 square foot lots. So I think there's mechanisms to create smaller lots if needed, but you're absolutely right. Like the research I found, because we've never had someone ask about these or wonder if, and like Anne Marie said, there aren't any identified, is like Minden Village, these smaller lots is I think why they were created. Jen, I don't know if you have any history just from being the county manager at Minden previously, if that's what you saw or where these traditional size lots originated from.
Thank you for the question, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager. For the record, I do suspect that they're tied to that, and my instincts are, while we're not using these today, I think we need to have I think they're going to come up in the context of affordable housing, specifically the square footage of the lots. I don't know that the traditional label definition. So I think the board should keep that in mind, that there may be a tool here and we don't know exactly what it looks like. And maybe we need to bring it back for discussion in the context of affordable housing at a later date. And it's okay if your answer is you don't know yet what to do with this. I appreciate the acknowledgement that there's currently no lots zoned, no land zoned this today. Maybe it's a helpful tool in the future, maybe not.
So I thought, if I'm not mistaken, I thought that there was 5,000 square foot lots that were designated in Virginia Ranch.
Again, that's a planned development. So within that, they had that ability. And thank you, Ms. Davidson. That's a good point. Typically, we equate affordable housing, attainable housing with multifamily residential. But I like the fact that, and that's not something I thought about, that you could have single-family residential development that's not multifamily. So the units are not connected. There's not that where they're 3,000 square foot lots. So maybe the avenue or something to look at is to add a smaller lot to our existing zoning, whether that be 5,000. But it's good food for thought looking forward, because attainable housing is something near and dear to me. I think it's something we have to address in our near future to ensure that our economic development continues, because we need to be able to bring in new businesses, but we have to ensure that we're able to employ those businesses. So that's really important.
Mr. Chair, if I can just add one more comment, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to belabor this conversation. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager. The other thing that just popped into my head while Ms. Morales O'Neill was talking was tiny homes. There's other jurisdictions that I think use this square footage for homes that are 400 to 800 square foot houses. And I think I'm seeing those in Carson City and other jurisdictions popping up. So I just bring it up. It may be, again, something that we want to talk about in the future, and definitely something the community's going to want to engage with us on.
Yep, I agree. Commissioners Rice and Tarkanian, I haven't meant to exclude you from this discussion. So once again, if you have a question as we're going through this, please don't wait to be called on. Go ahead and say something. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't, but there's been some good questions already.
The questions that have been asked so far are very stimulating to the brain, and right now my brain is strained. But this is something that has been needed for a very long time. The discussion has been very fruitful, in my opinion, and I would like to see us take. Well, there's no way we're going to resolve this within the next, well, at least within my term. But this is something that's going to be ongoing and all changing. And people are going to be thinking that, well, this is now the Ten Commandments, and it can never be changed. It's our Constitution, blah, blah. But it has to be a living document. And I really think we need to look at that.
So I'll just go back to this one since you're asking. I mean, that was basically where we're sitting. So if this, they're for traditional blocks, they're for like the old 35 by 75 downtown blocks when you had 100 by 100, the way we used to lay out things in the Wild West. And so as long as, which technically this probably could be zoned in there. Hey, I listen to books on tape about Westerns all day long. But anyway, so I feel like as long as we can accommodate what those we're trying to cover in our current sizes, maybe we do need to add a 3,000, right? So somebody could create a new simulated downtown, walkable community like town of Minden is. That's basically what these are for. So as long as we can accommodate that in our other codes, we don't need to add specific codes, in my opinion, just to create that specific thing when it's more of a stylized answer. So, and I agree from what you said, it would allow for maybe, some more affordable housing, but it also could be, destination housing too, because if we did it right. So anyway, that's my takeaway, is that if we can accommodate them and keep things consolidated, that would be my recommendation.
All right. Okay. Oh, no, go back one more time. Okay. Thank you. Anne Marie Lane for the record. So going, still on Article 3, the other thing that we've added, two other things are a new quick reference chart, which is added for each zoning district, and then the consolidated use table. So I'll go over the quick reference chart right now. So what we have is 3 columns for each zoning district. And the example on the board is SFR 8000. In the first column, it articulates what uses are permitted. In the second column, what uses require a design review. And in the third column, what requires a special use permit. You can also find that information in the table, consolidated table of, consolidated use table. But the importance here is that we wanted the flexibility of somebody coming to the code. If they're looking just at SFR, maybe they want to see solely what's allowed here. But there are instances where you want to look at the broader allowed uses compared to other zoning districts, which is why the table format is helpful. So it's multiple ways to digest the information. And then we have diagrams for each of the property lines, setbacks, lot coverage, structure height, and any additional development standards that apply. So this is taking into consideration that a lot of people like to see visualizations and interpret information via graphics rather than written language. And so that's how we're interpreting information is different as well. So that's why that's provided. And finally, I will turn this over to Kate to go over the consolidated land use table. Thank you for your patience, Commissioner Gardner. We're there.
So again, so this is our current, what Title 20 looks like now. So each type of zoning district, the A19, FR 1940, and then commercial, or non-residential and residential. So each of those had their own section and code, 7 to 9 pages long. And now, if you go to the next slide, everything is in one table. So I think it's only 7 pages. So it just, and again, the color coded, it's just visually more pleasing. I feel like it's much easier to follow. Alphabetized makes it so much easier to find that use. Ideally too, one thing we haven't mentioned is hyperlinks. I would like to see hyperlinks within the code if we can get that done where you can, what's animal keeping, and click on it and it'll take you to the definition, which would be brilliant. So again, more work, but it is, we do have the capabilities to do that. I do want to add, I am going to beat a dead horse about this rural event venue because I want to acknowledge those who have come to our workshops and have given us feedback, especially on this. Not that it was all positive, but some of the comments were, why would it be on SFR2? Because we originally suggested that. And we didn't have it with the special use permit, because again, we were just generally putting out there. So listening to that, we removed the SFR2, and we did add that it would still require a special use permit. So those workshops have been beneficial too. So anybody that's online today or here, please again, tell your friends, neighbors, everybody to get more people to show up at the workshops so we can get that feedback from them. And I'll pass that back to Anne Marie.
Kate, a real quick question.
Sure.
Can you tell me the definition, or maybe it is back here, I just didn't look at it. The difference between a heliport and a helistop?
A hella what? A helipad and a hella who? Yeah, let me read.
A helipad and a helistop.
I happen, let me see, I have the uses here. Let's see.
I have it pulled up.
Oh, what?
Heliport. A heliport is any designated area used for the landing and taking off of helicopters, including all necessary passenger and cargo facilities, fueling, and emergency service facilities. A helistop is any designated area used for the landing and taking off of helicopters for the purpose of picking up or discharging passengers or cargo. This use does not include fueling, refueling, or service facilities. So there's the difference. You're welcome. You're welcome. Going into the overview of the red line draft, although this is a repeal and replace, it's really important that when we bring this forward to the public in its proposed format, after we gather all of the feedback and go through this public process, that people are able to see exactly what is going to be changed. And so anything in red will be language that's added. Anything that is crossed out will be black, but crossed out. And the reason we didn't keep it red is your eyes will go cross-eyed. There's a lot, because we're reformatting a lot, it's difficult to look at, but we want a clear record of what is going to be changed in the code update. So we're working on that. Again, it's an iterative process, because as we get feedback, we're having to change the red lines and push it through.
Can I ask a quick question on that one? Sorry, but when there's things that are in different places and you've tagged the one as now it's 101.1, how do you tag the other one?
There is a note. So currently we have 1 through 3 red line drafts on our Title 20 update. there's a note in parentheses that says moved to section da 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 da. Yep. You're welcome. And back to Kate.
Back to me. So every time I see these graphics, I laugh. I went around town. I thought it would be kind of cool to utilize existing businesses and residences to update our graphics. So this is a good example. The left was what currently shows in our code. This is the new vet center that identifies the same type of architecture, but I thought in a better format. I was taking a lot of pictures of banks, and I was on my third bank, and I called my wife, and I said, I'm out taking pictures of what? Well, I'm at banks because they do a really good job of their landscaping, and I was taking lots of pictures, and she advised me to stop canvassing banks and standing in their parking lot and taking pictures, and it didn't even dawn on me what I was doing. I'm like, so I called Andrea and I said, if you get a call from the sheriff's department, I promise I'm not canvassing banks. But so I immediately jumped in my truck and I was gone. But anyway,
Well, at least you weren't still wearing a mask and
no, I was like in shorts and a tan, standing up on my truck bumper. I mean, I don't know what they thought on it. Never dawned on me on the inside of the bank. Like, what is that lady doing? Because I'm taking a picture of the ATM because they did a really good job of their landscaping. Anyway, so these are what the new type of graphics will look like, and I think people can relate because they'll see something familiar to them, and it's modern technology, modern building practices. So that's another reason why staff thought these type of graphics will work well. And to finish up, Andrea, back to you.
Can I ask a dumb thought that entered my mind?
This was yours, this was theirs.
I know, that's supposed to be back in 8th grade. No, there's vehicles in them. And as we mentioned that we don't know when Title 20 originated. Is that going to date us in 20 years when we have 20-year-old vehicles in the pictures? Or should we consider some way updating them in the future or something like that? It just entered my mind, and I just, when you look at old books and you see they're dressed like the 60s, you're like, wow, this is an old book. So, you know what I mean? I apologize, that just entered my mind just now.
They're going to be flying in the sky by that time, probably. I don't know. It kind of looks like, look at the cool cars they used to drive back then, right? It'd be like seeing an old Mustang in the picture. We could look at that. Some of them, though, have to have the vehicles because we're show like parking structures and lanes and stuff, but I never went there, I have to say, because I don't care what they think 20 years from now, but that's a good point. Like, I don't know. It could also show history too. Like, hey, here's the cars they used to drive. Anyway, but good point. Well, I'll note that.
All right, back to me, Andrea. So I have, and I know several of us have talked about the interactive website that we have and the feedback and the updates. This slide has a QR code. If anybody in the audience or if you guys want to take a picture of it, it'll take you straight to the website. This is also the links to the current consolidated development code, and then obviously the feedback that we've been talking about. We're going to leave this link open until we are completely done with the Title 20 update for this time around. So this will be open throughout the rest of the year. And we encourage you guys to continue to do that. We encourage everyone to put in their feedback. All right, so what are the next steps? I went over the timeline with you. I think you see we're coming back to you guys as the commissioners. We're going to Planning Commission. We have workshops coming up, the public workshop again, July 15th. We'll be going over Articles 7 through 10. Those have a lot in them. I encourage everyone to participate and to attend. Our next public workshop will be September 23rd after that. And just staying informed, I want to reiterate again that after each public workshop, any new presentation we create, any maps we hand out, any handouts that are given at all are updated to the Title 20 website. And I try to get those in there by Friday of that week. And we consistently have our workshops on Wednesdays. So I give them 48 hours to get that updated. Any questions at all regarding this?
Any questions? I think that's all we've done is ask questions. but anyways, this is marked for public possible action. So even though we're not anticipating taking any votes today, I think we've given you a lot of input and feedback. But we still want to give the opportunity for the public to weigh in as well. So why don't we do that? Go to public comment now. Go ahead.
If I may, Chairman Gardner, Kate Morales O'Neill, one thing I just want to note is you'll see coming for 7, 8, 9, and 10, we don't mention 11 and 12, but they will be included. But 11 is code enforcement, a much smaller, but we're creating its own chapter. But that's already been like updated. There might be some small changes. And then the appendices is the building code, fire, again, already adopted, but we will include those drafts within 7 through 10. So we don't identify that on the calendar, but I just wanted to note that.
Okay, and we are still looking at a much smaller document than the current code. So that will be really good. So, yeah. Okay, so we don't have to kill two reams of paper to print one or extra trees. So, yeah. Okay, so at this time then we'll open public comment for item 13.3.
And I'd point out, be careful of the questions you ask, or you might end up like the guy on the right.
Jim Jackson, tremendous amount of work in this thing, a lot of detail. Question I have is in the specifics of some of the building codes. The specifics of the building codes. When we moved here, we built a barn. We went down, we got our permits, we got all the plans approved and everything. And in the process of building it, one of the things we had to do was drill foundations for all the uprights. They had to be 4 foot in diameter and 6 foot deep, filled with cement. The screws that attached the metal to that were number 8 screws. I can break them in my fingers. Is any of this going to make sense to those kind of building codes? Because the guy that was building the barn said this is absolutely senseless because they made us drill this kind of a foundation, but then to attach it to the foundation was number 8 screws, which wouldn't hold up in anything. So we upgraded that quite a bit. So I've heard that from several of the people in our neighborhood that have built things, that some of the codes just don't make sense, that they're either not engineered properly or they just didn't know what they were doing. So I don't know if that's where this is going to come into that or if that's a whole separate thing. The other thing is, one of the things that I saw up there that I think we need to take a close look at is these TDRs, transfer of development rights. They've caused problems several times in the valley. They're causing a big one right now and everything. Is that something that we can look at maybe eliminating, say that we don't do that? You know, if this is the land you want to develop, you got to have the rights on that land. You can't bring it from someplace else. I don't know if that's something that can be done in this part of the program or not. Things like that just don't make sense to some people. And that's, not a lot of people are going to pay that much detail attention to this. You're going to have those of us that are here all the time that are going to look at it. You're going to have a certain amount of them out there. But I don't know how close they're going to pay attention to the details. One of the other things that I noticed in there was in one of the places, it was that on the developments, you had to have 2 access points to it. Well, the Johnson Lane neighborhood website blew up this morning because I guess the development down at the end of Vicky is now starting. There's something going in down there. And a lot of the people were saying that they no longer have to have that second access point to it. And they were questioning who approved that. Was that the board? I've been to a lot of the meetings. I was here when you said they had to have the second access, but I don't remember being here when somebody said they didn't. So I saw that up there and that came to mind, and I was just on my phone and it was all over the place on it. So you might want to take a look at that.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Good afternoon, Ellie Waller. Observation obviously is the devil's in the details. I read through all the documents several times. I appreciate staff keeps them updated. The major observation is there's 50 comments or commentors. I know how many comments I've turned in. It's the outreach, and I don't know how we better do outreach so the public understands SurveyMonkey isn't something that's going to be a repetitive thing. The term itself is a problem for some people. I'm not saying that the venue is a bad thing because I'm using it. Staff doesn't need or want to take comments any other way, which I understand this captures it and you can publish them, but I don't know how we do a better job of getting people to the table or to the website. I know that the Douglas County webpage is used. I'm just saying you're going to have another one of those stormwater things. This just keeps resonating in my head. You're going to have 150 people show up saying, I didn't understand this. I'm getting into the devil in the details in the definitions. Definitions are important to me. The change in our environment, like assisted living, which doesn't exist in a current definition, or memory care and what the difference is. Affordable housing is going to be a nightmare when you try to put terminology for the different kinds of affordable housing, but these things are necessary. I don't know how many times we want to do amendments to Title 20. So I turned in a list of terms that I thought were essential. I'll come up with more and send them in to the SurveyMonkey. I just think there's a better way. When we had the original community plan update sort of meetings where we didn't update community plans, we went to each community. I know it takes staff time, and I remember being in Indian Hills. I was new to the community. That's where I met Tom Delaire. It was very helpful to have it at the community level setting because the community plans are also outdated. So when we start bringing in Title 20 changes, I just think there's some disparity in how this process is going to work for amendments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Andrew Guerrero, Douglas County resident. I'm here today to speak what we're talking about, modernization of Title 20, specifically Articles 1 and 2, which cover definitions and residential use standards. I want to explicitly state that I support a comprehensive cleanup of our development code. For too long, our county has operated under a patchwork of rules that have allowed ambiguity. However, what I'm asking for the board to do, we've got a bunch of patchwork in our codes right now. I know we're putting everything together, but what I wanted you guys to do is make sure when you look at these, it's not just a pretty graph and charts, it's codes that put teeth into the codes that protect the residents and our property. To put this in I'm a person here that's in a vulnerable position right now with a fire hazard in a structure that's built right near my house and on my property line. Fortunately, I ended up getting in touch with Wendy. You're an excellent person so far. If everything goes according to plan, she took the time to read everything, talk to everyone, not just make a decision. Perfect person. Anyway, I was told by lower staff that what I had was unacceptable. Ended up, it wasn't. Going off of our codes, I have an illegal structure. Now, what I'm asking you guys to do, please, is to take a hard look at a couple things here. One is the setback and height definitions for accessory structures, that they make sure that those are completely airtight, leaving zero room for arbitration, staff interpretations, or handshake agreements. Second, ensure that the life and safety and fire safety separation distances are treated as absolute non-negotiable baseline across all residential zoning districts. Modernizing Title 20 is an incredible opportunity to fix the historic mistakes of the past and project administrative conveniences. Right now, I'm looking for you guys to, again, seriously look at these codes, not just these little prints that we can't read, and make sure that the codes have teeth. They benefit us, the resident, and our homes. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim Slade. I'm sure that this update is overdue and will be beneficial. Title 20, unfortunately, is lengthy, exhaustive, and complex, and to most people is appealing to dive into as a Microsoft customer agreement. It's disappointing that you only have feedback from 50 people out of 50,000. That's obviously 1 in 1,000. That's not much of a cross-section. Likely the people that have responded are either have complaints like RV and trailer storage, or want something such as an allowed use that is not currently allowed. I don't blame staff for that. It's a challenge to figure out how to reach out and get more people involved, especially when it's so lengthy and complex and arcane to most people. I've been to this presentation twice at the CVIC on different aspects of it. I've complained both times about the small print, yet we still see it, with apologies. But what first caught my attention the first time I went was accessory rural event centers. And I asked how that came about as a new use when it is so similar to special occasion homes. And Mr. Dallaire said that I can't remember if it was a few or several people had expressed an interest in that. Yet it's a, difference without a distinction without a difference, or whatever it is. It has fewer regulations attached to it, which makes me wonder what the current or emergent activities are that are different from what a special occasion house allows, that is moving this thing forward as a completely new use, even though it's almost the same as a special occasion home. They both allow weddings, which is the moneymaker, and that's the one you have to always worry about, because they sometimes, as a recent application for that, have amplified music from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. So that's a concern. I appreciate that staff has removed accessory outside rural event venue from the SFR2. I think if it's you continue to have this designation, which I'm not sure why it's needed, that you would place severe number limitations on 10-acre lots and 5-acre lots for the size of weddings. The recent one was for up to 250 people. That is not a small scale commercial event. That is a large scale commercial event. So there need to be hard limitations on these things. This is the thing that first caught my mind. It still bothers me. And I don't know why it would even be here. And I would ask you to inquire as to what the current and emergent activities are that require this in addition to a special occasion. I hope you see the last 3 words there, and similar special occasions.
Thank you, Mr. Slade. Any additional public comment? Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board then. This does not require any action by us today. I think you've gotten a lot of input. I do know there was a question asked about TDRs, and I believe that we still have an ongoing study in that regard. So,
Yes, Kate Marolos O'Neill for the record. Yeah, we are still, we're getting to the finish line with our TDR study. We kind of went back to the board, not literal board, but back to the drawing board after going to Planning Commission and yourselves. So we, August is our plan to come back for action on here's what we've learned, here's some suggestions we have for our program. Because the whole point to the TDR studies, we understand seems to be an outdated program that has become stagnant. And that's why we spent the time and the funds to do this study. So we will be bringing that to the August meeting for where we are now with that study and what we've come up with.
Very good. Thank you. And I know that there was another comment made by the public in regards to getting people to the table. You know, that's a constant struggle for this board and a constant quandary that I have is, you know, when you pass a $70 million general fund budget and there's a handful of people in the room, and yet afterwards they say there's fat in the budget, okay? And I'm sorry I couldn't find any, you know, when I reviewed the budget, and I don't think the other commissioners had any more success than I did. So I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. It's a quandary always. And it doesn't seem to, you know, I guess if we put pickleball on the agenda, then we'd get a good attendance every meeting. But it doesn't seem to have any impact until, you know, it attacks or affects an individual on a personal basis. And that's when we hear about it. And usually that's too late. That's when the action's already been taken. So frustrating dilemma that I don't necessarily have an answer to. So I think we all struggle with that, right? Of where are the people? We need to hear from them. We need to hear from you. So anyways, thank you, Commissioner Hales.
Just put potential universal fees, asterisk, just kidding, and you'll get so many people.
I also heard Commissioner Gardner was threatening to ban pickleball, so that would get people here. Ooh. Yeah, no.
That is not true. Don't put that on the. Yeah,
no,
please do not
kidding.
put that in the record, okay?
But the other question was, does the Title 20 affect the building code? And it does not. The building code is referenced into the Title 20, so that is a specific. So we're in the 2024 code right now, so those would be that. So that issue would be adopted into it and then updated when the new codes come out. There was something else. Wasn't there another question? Oh, example of those other event opportunities is one that I think we brought up was like a farm to table on a ranch. So having, you know, a cooking or whatever and inviting the public onto their properties for, you know, dinners or weekly or monthly. So that would be another opportunity that's not necessarily anything to do with a wedding event or anything, but running a business that is complementary to the ag use. So that was, I think, an example of that other question.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Tolbert. Kate Moroso. Also, the difference with the special occasion home is you have to have a historical structure on your property. So it has to be deemed like you have a barn that's 200 years old or 100 years old. So this type of rural event or use would be that type of what you're saying, that you don't necessarily have to have a historical structure on your property, but you want to do a farm to fork because you so on. So that would suggesting the use. And again, from a planning perspective, Tom doesn't take all the inquiries we do. So in addition to the ones Tom's familiar with, we're familiar from a planning staff point, you know, as far as inquiries and these events. We just had someone to come to the public counter a week ago, inquiring about wedding venues on ag land, so on and so forth.
Thank you. So at this time, we're going to conclude this item. We look forward to, did you have?
Really, really quick, Mr. Chairman. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record. Not to belabor the conversation, but I think the lesson that I learned from the stormwater situation, and we had done somewhere between 8 to 10 workshops in that situation, is the more specific we can get with how we write our agenda items and our invitation to the public to come talk to us and tell them what they're going to talk to us about, the more likely they are to show up. And so I think we're going to have to do a better job as an organization in looking for red flags and thinking like a member of the public. What we're contemplating when we talk about this Title 20 update, which is huge, covering several articles, what are the things that might be of interest to the public? And that's why I suggested a change in land use. The creation of a new land use might be one of those things. And maybe a dedicated agenda item telling the public exactly what we're planning on creating, the use, what it would be called, and inviting them to a specific meeting date at a specific time to talk about that is how we get more participation. So I'm just throwing it out there. I thank you for your patience with me.
Thank you. Once again, I'll go back to the thank you. We look forward to seeing you, Miss Kate Marolis O'Neill, Miss Pauline, and Miss Lane at future meetings going through the rest of the process. So
Thank you for your time.
And perhaps we need to take a look at what our county manager is suggesting. So, but you are the ones that bring the agenda items to us. So just keep that in mind.
Yes.
Okay.
Talking to myself. Preaching to the choir.
Okay. Yes. Okay. With that, thank you very much again. And we're going to take a 5-minute break here, a quick break to go to use the restroom. And when we come back, we only have a few more items that should take just a few minutes. So thank you. G. Walters Construction Company Incorporated for the North Valley Wastewater Treatment Plant, more commonly known, I don't know that this is more commonly known, NVWWTP, Influent Lift Station Upgrade Project, and authorize the Director of Public Works or the County Manager to execute the contract and change orders up to 5% of the original contract price, and adopt Resolution 2026R-043 to augment the project 24S03 budget by $200,000 from the capital reserves to capital outlay, being presented by our Deputy Public Works Director, Mr. Rick Robillard.
Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners. Rick Robillard, Deputy Director of Public Works. You're correct in the title. This item is for the award of a construction contract to KG Walters Construction Company for we call it the North Valley Plan. It's much easier. Influent Lift Station project, just a brief background. The Influent Station collects all of the sanitary sewer from all of our service area and then pumps that to our treatment plant through the headworks. So it's the primary critical lift station. This project will build a lift station adjacent to the current lift station, which allows us to save cost by not having to pump temporarily while we're rebuilding the station. So we'll build a new station adjacent to the existing one and then abandon the old one. So this allows increases the reliability and the construction costs, lowers the construction costs for the project. We publicly bid the project, and KG Walters came in as the lowest responsive bid at $1,741,000. And with that, I'll answer any questions that you may have about the project.
Thank you, Mr. Robillard. Commissioner Tarkanian or Rice, did you have any questions of Mr. Robillard?
I do not.
Thank you. And the reason I actually this originally was...
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Rice.
I'm sorry, it takes me a while to get this darn thing off of mute. Anyway, I did want to say that should a lift station fail, this county is in for millions of dollars in fines from different agencies in this state and federal government. And I think that a project like this is absolutely needed, and they have my full support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Appreciate it. So just a little bit of background. This item was originally on the consent calendar, and Commissioner Tolbert and I decided that we wanted to bring it to the administrative agenda because of the dollar amount involved and allow public comment. So anyways, not that we're questioning what you're doing, Mr. Robillard, so I want to, so with that then, if commissioners, do you have any other questions? No, okay. So we'll go to public comment. Is there any public comment on item 14? Okay, very good. Then we'll bring it back and I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we award a $1,741,000 construction contract with KG Walters as presented.
And adopt the resolution.
And adopt and authorize the Director of Public Works or County Manager to execute the contract and change orders up to 5% of the original contract and adopt Resolution 2026R-043 to augment the Project 24S03 budget by $200,000 capital resource to capital outlay.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Rice to adopt Resolution 2026R-043 or the contract as presented. Since no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you for taking time out of your day to come over and see us. Okay, at this time then we'll go into item 15.1 for possible action, discussion regarding the appointment of a Douglas County alternate representative to the South Lake Tahoe Basin Waste Management Authority Board in accordance with the Joint Powers Authority Agreement. And I take it Mr. Robillard is going to present this as well.
Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners. Rick Robillard, Deputy Director, Public Works. You are correct. Mr. Rigger, Director Rigger is on vacation, so I'll be in his place. The item before you, the motion is to appoint an alternate, Douglas County alternate for the South Lake Tahoe Basin Waste Management Authority Board. The board consists of a member representing El Dorado County, City of South Lake Tahoe, and Douglas County. And that board, in order to have a quorum, needs to have all three represented. And so this item is for your discussion to appoint an alternate for that board.
Very good. Is there any questions in that regard, Commissioners? Commissioner Hales, your red light is on. Okay. Okay. Then we'll go to public comment. Okay. Is there any public comment on item 15.1? Not seeing any public comment, so I'll bring it back to the board. And I will offer my name up for serving in that alternate representative position. Commissioner Rice is the permanent representative, and I'll offer my name up for the alternate representative to that board, should Mr. Rice not be able to participate in a meeting. So,
I move that we appoint Mark Gardner as the Douglas County alternate representative to the South Lake Tahoe Basin Waste Management Authority Board.
I'll second.
okay. So we have, huh?
You're good. We're sidebarring about public comment.
Okay, so, we have a motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Tolbert to name myself, Mark Gardner, as the alternate representative to the South Lake Tahoe Basin Waste Management Authority Board in accordance with the Joint Powers Authority Agreement. Any other further discussion? No other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. That's done. Okay, and now we'll go to item 15.2 for presentation only, announcements, reports, updates from county commissioner members, including updates on the various boards and commissions that they may be a member of or a liaison to, or any other meetings, functions they have attended, and any requests by a commissioner for discussion of a future agenda item. Commissioner Tarkanian, would you like to go first? Commissioner Tarkanian, you have anything to add today? Commissioner Rice, do you have anything that you wish to bring up today under 15.2? Did we lose both of them at the same time? Okay, well, as they may be muted and trying to get on. Oh, there's Commissioner Rice.
This thing is going to drive me up a wall. Anyway, I really want to thank you, Mark, for stepping up. I have been with the sewer authority since its inception, and when they had the re-governance of the entire board come through state legislature, and I really don't want to give up my seat until I'm out of office, because I know all of the ins and the outs, and traditionally it's the Lake Tahoe district commissioner that sits on this board and on the boards prior. So I appreciate that, and I really don't want to give this one up. So thank you again. I appreciate it, and I fully support your participation. Thing is that you know probably more about water than most of the citizens of Douglas County. So thank you again.
Thank you, Commissioner Rice. Commissioner Tarkanian, you're back online with us? Okay.
Yes, I am. I keep getting disconnected also, but
did you?
I voted yes. I thought you guys heard that.
No. I already announced that vote as a 5-0 vote. What we're talking about is announcements, reports, and updates.
Yeah, no, I don't have anything except that it's very beautiful out here in San Diego. I miss you guys.
Don't tease me. I grew up there, so thank you. Okay, Commissioner Hales, anything?
I won't mention any other meetings except I have to note what a magnificent party was held in TRE to celebrate the expansion of public transit to TRE, and also the splash pad that was built between Douglas County and the swim center. I think Community Services sponsored that party, and they did a fantastic job, but it was just very exciting and fun, and I'm very happy for the services to those folks.
Thank you. Commissioner Tolbert?
Okay, so I attended the Douglas County Airport Master Plan open house. There was quite a bit of public input made there, and I think they got out a lot of information about what is proposed, and I believe the key that the public needs to understand about that master plan is that it was based on the use of the airport over the last, I believe he said 8 or 9 years, that they had data on what types of planes are coming in and going out. And then that is the basis always, and for anything to make it want to be expanded beyond what it already is, because a lot of people fear that it's going to try to turn commercial, but a certain number of planes would have to land that are above the size that are already out there, to the tune of 500, I believe they said, but it would be multiple a day or big groups of planes, so that we don't need to stress about the expansion or increase of the airport until those bigger airplanes start coming in, because they could come in now. There's no regulation on what could land, but it's based on the number and the use. So that was, I thought, an important takeaway from that one. Had our NACO board meeting last week, the end of the week. I also had a couple of the other private boards I sit on, met with those. Went to the splash pad. That was great to see all those. We also had the Cooperative Extension Leadership Council meeting on Monday, where there were several 4-H leaders, the directors from Cooperative Extension, and we have a very strong showing with the Cooperative Extension in Douglas County, and we are one of the premier usages of the Cooperative Extension from UNR in the state of Nevada. So that was really cool to see how many really fantastic people that were on that board that commit so much of their time and knowledge to the kids of our region. So that was the last one before now, and hand it off to you. Oh, and everybody have a great, safe 4th.
Yes. So as Commissioner Hales indicated, on Monday, we dedicated the new DART service 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, 3 times a day. Look forward to having DART service into South County. I think that's going to be a tremendous resource. We also took the 3 of us, Commissioner Hales and Tolbert and myself, took the opportunity to participate in the splash pad. Okay, the water, trust me, the water was cold. Okay, anyways, we did make fools of ourselves, but we had fun with all the kids down there. So, anyways, that was great. As was announced at our NACO meeting last Friday, and what will become a future agenda item is that there is a foundation that has been created in the United States that has created stainless steel full-size replicas of the founding documents of the United States. And that foundation will be donating, their attempts are going to be to donate a set of those documents to every county in the United States, so over 3,000 counties. They're trying to get to participate. An item that will come forward to this board is to accept that donation. It'll include a replica of and basically similar to the documents that are at the National Archives in Washington, D.C. So a copy of the Declaration of Independence, the 5 plates that represent the Constitution of the United States, 1 plate that will represent the Bill of Rights, and then a couple of others. And they're making this donation available to us at no charge whatsoever. We just have to provide a place and a person as a contact for them to receive those documents, and hopefully, perhaps we can then go forward in looking at an appropriate place to display those documents here in our county. Looking forward to that opportunity. So, anyways, with that, I have nothing else to say other than we hope that everybody enjoys and keeps yourselves safe and sane 4th of July here in the next couple of days as we celebrate our 250th birthday of the United States. With that, then, that concludes my comments, and I will then we'll go to closing public comment. At this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of County Commissioners, and those agenda items where public comment has not already been taken. Is there any public comment?
Of course. Jim Jackson. The meeting started out today with you folks being threatened, which isn't unusual. It happens. I want to take a different approach. Back when the airport manager was here and she was telling about the air show coming up, that evening I went home and I ordered my tickets for Friday night, VIP tickets, and for Saturday they didn't have the VIP tickets, so I got the grandstands and the parking. I asked her if they were going to do a VIP on Saturday, and she said probably, but they don't know yet. So I went down to the airport and I talked to her about it, and I explained what I did. And she said, well, Elizabeth, who works there, is the one that will handle that when we do bring it in for VIP. So I talked to Elizabeth, and she said, I've got your name. I will call you as soon as we set it up so that we can refund for the tickets that you have and upgrade to the VIP. That was, a month and a half ago? I got a call from Elizabeth yesterday. I now have the VIP tickets for Saturday. The reason I'm mentioning it is so nice to have an employee that actually does what they say they're going to do after that long of a time frame. It is rare these days. I can tell you, I've been talking with several different doctors trying to get information out of them, and it's like pulling teeth out of a wild bull. So when an employee like that does something that they say they're going to do, they should be recognized for it. And I wanted to make sure that that was done here today. The other thing, and I was going to do this first thing this morning, but there was several other people talking about things I figured it was more important at that time. I was going to make a request of the sheriff. Every year on the 4th of July, we have a campground. It's right up off of top of Johnson Lane, and they are always shooting fireworks off up there. Every year, without a doubt. Big ones, not little ones, but big skyrockets. I was going to ask the sheriff if they could just send a deputy up there before the evening even starts, just to make sure that they know that they are not allowed to have fireworks and that they are going to be watching them, just as a prevention. I think it would be a good idea if he would do that. He will get calls, and they will be sending a deputy up anyway. But one year we had a small fire start up there because of that. And we don't want that to happen this year. Everything. So I don't know if he's listening now or if any of you are going to be talking to him, but if that could be a suggestion, just to send a deputy up there beforehand to all the people from California that are going to come over here and set off fireworks, that they're not allowed up there. And we really don't want to have any fires going. That would be greatly appreciated. The other thing is, and I was talking with county manager, I don't know how you get around this because of the open meeting laws, but when the stormwater blew up, everybody was looking at you folks with daggers in their eyes. And it was because you saw at the same time that we all saw how much it was going to cost each one of us. I think if you had seen that before we saw it, it never would have gotten out to us because you would have put the kibosh on it right away. I don't know how you get around that, but that is something that I think in the future, if it can be handled some ways differently so that at least you have some warning on what's coming and maybe you can head it off before it really blows up. And stormwater will blow up again, you know that, because not everybody's going to be happy with it. But anyway, those are just my final comments for the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ellie Waller. I just want to thank County Manager Davidson for your suggestion on the way the agenda items are written. I have the ability, I know how to look up an assessor parcel number, so I understand what's being discussed, but most of the general public doesn't. That might get more people here if they think it's related to where they live. As Title 20, how many people really don't know what that is? Articles 1 through 3. I had to go look it up in my paperwork that I've gathered from the meetings to remember the actual titles of those things. So I think having, I know it's going to create a little more paperwork that's published for the people that pull the agendas, the ones that are left for us, but I think it's a really good idea. Also, I'm hoping that code enforcement doesn't really get pushed to the back. I'm experiencing some issues with how code enforcement works with trailers on empty lots, code enforcement on signs where I've been directly told deals have been made. Well, deals shouldn't be made, especially when 395 is lined with realtor signs that aren't appropriate, or signage that is supposed to be on a contiguous property line. So those kinds of things really resonate when it comes to overall enforcement. If we're not taking signs seriously, are we taking anything else seriously? Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim Slade. Just to go back briefly to the 24-month development review, I was confused and a little disappointed by the resolution that just seemed to be to accept that that was over and done with. You know, Greg Lynn and his partner had 30 days notice to attend this meeting to explain their position, and they show up the day of and they claim that, oh, it's not our responsibility, even though everything that was written on the slides that were shown by staff said the developer pays the fee. Yet they come in here and claim with no documentation, and everybody seems to believe them, except me, that it's not their responsibility anymore, it's these other people. Now, I'm just going to take a wild guess. When someone, and hopefully somebody will, contact these 3 people of those last 3 lots and tell them that they owe $11,111.11, that they're going to say, oh, no, it's not us. It's those other people. So hopefully you won't take 2 years to try to figure this out. How about more like 30 days? I mean, this needs to be resolved. They've been freeloading for too long. You need to get to the bottom of this. You need to see the contracts. You need to tell someone that they owe that money, and soon. On the Title 20 update, there was some brief mention of clustering. And as someone who lives in the first clustered subdivision in all of Douglas County, I know something about this. And, it can be good planning. It was in our case. It was like 160 acres, and they were allowed 8 homes, and they wanted to put them all in one corner on 30 acres or 25 acres or whatever. And they kept the rest of the land as ranch land. The old Fay Ranch, and they continued it as a ranch with no further development rights, the way it should be. There's a conservation easement there. But when they talk about non-contiguous property that can be included in clustering, which they talked about, they said that's part of the clustering ordinance, that can be undesirable land, unbuildable land, out in the mountains, down in Elephant Hill or whatever it's called, anywhere other than the desirable area where they want to cluster. And to me, that's just another way to increase density, and one that should be not only not encouraged, but not allowed. To me, it should be contiguous land, or have a very tight definition so that they don't bring in undesirable, unbuildable land just to get density in, a more desirable place, which, if you open that door a crack, they will barge their way through it. So you need to tighten that one up. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? Okay, well, we thank you for persevering with us today and your comments. And Mr. Conway, good to see you, and happy 4th. With that, the meeting is hereby adjourned. Thank you.